goes out to my mother, Beverly K. Jacobs, and to the world. Let them know that we live by faith and not by sight. Our Heavenly Parents, we come to you in prayers and thank you for another day that you have given to us, another day to go into your word, another day to understand, another day to be strengthened. We pray for your knowledge, your wisdom, your understanding as we go into your word. Open up our eyes, open up our hearts, open up our ears that we may be able to receive your word. And in your name we pray, and for all those that are coming into the faith. And in your name we pray forever and ever. Hallelujah. All right. Today's topic is virtues versus vices. Vices, V-I-C-E-S. Versus vices. V-I-C-E-S. The root word. I give you the root word because you have a lot of different vices in this word. You know, you have devices. You know what I mean? This is where you get that word devices from. And or to devise. D-E-V-I-S-E-S as well. Devises. This is one who devises, you know, wicked thoughts, one who creates and invents and, you know, that comes up with all these things of a lesser. And so you have virtues on the other hand. Virtues are different. It's because they have these are two types of friends. You know, and the goal here is to that you may know who's who. Because all of this is about revealing things that you didn't know, things that you misunderstood, or things that even looked a little fuzzy, so that you always would know. The goal is that you will make it. But in order for you to make it throughout all of this, is that you got to understand a few things. Or you're not going to make it. None of us are going to make it if we don't understand these few things going forward. And not just have an understanding of them, but to not just understand it, but to get it, observe it, and do it. These are the ones that was going to make it, right? That's what he talks about the parable of the sower. As he sowed his seed, he said the word fell amongst 4 different types of ears, right? Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, let's go to that one so that you can see. I think it will be in Matthew, if I'm correct. Well, Matthew has it also in, let me see that correct. Matthew 13. All right, Matthew 13, let's see. We will start at 18. So Matthew 13 and 18 goes like this. He says, hear ye the parable of the sower. Well, before we go there, let's go up a little bit more so that you can, I want you to get a full understanding of even why he even told this parable. And go up to 13. Matthew 13 and 13. To even understand why parables is even done. He says, so therefore I speak to them in parables, because they see not. And hearing they will hear not, neither do they understand. That in them is fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah, which said, by hearing you shall hear, and you shall not understand. And seeing you shall see, but you shall not perceive what it is that you're seeing. For these people's heart is wax gross, and their ears are dull of what? Hearing. And their eyes they have closed. Least at any time throughout this hearing, they should have seen with their eyes and hearing with their ears, and they should have had understood with their hearts. And they would have been what? Converted. And I should have healed them. But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears, for they hear. This is where the great phrase comes in for those who have an ear. What? So that's why he was always telling you, for blessed are your eyes and your ears, because you are people that hear me. And when I say hear, he's telling you not, it's the hearing of understanding. People always swear they say, I hear you. But hearing, not just saying, I hear you going in one ear and out the other, but do you understand what you just heard? You know what I mean? Do you really get it? Sometimes we swear we do, right? But do we really get it? Because if we get it, then that means I have received it into my treasure box and what? Close it, lock it down. I have it. It's in me now. I get it. That's what they mean when they say I get it. Because you have your heart as what they call it. They put it in your heart. It has like a treasure box of information. Anytime you say you got it, that's where you actually telling that person that's where it has just went. When I say it does register. Register is the same thing in the bank. You have just made a deposit. Anytime you make a deposit into the bank, it goes within the little bank system and it filters into this certain place where all of your other deposits are accumulated at, right? So, but we're talking about information at this point. So when it says, do you get it? That's what they're saying. Has it really been deposited inside of your bank? And then when they say bank, they're talking about memory what? Bank. Right. That's your bank of memory of everything that you have ever heard or received, or the things that you have learned to remember. So that's what they're asking you. So don't just say, well, I get it, if you really don't what? Got it. Because if it went in one ear and out the other, then you didn't what? You didn't get it. Because it didn't register, it didn't sit, it wasn't deposited. You don't have that for life now going forward, saying, okay, I got it. Got it means to not just hear it, but to observe it and under what? Understand why it was needed and necessary. Do you truly got it? To say I understand and not have that, you ain't got nothing. Right? So don't never say you understand and you don't what? Understand. Please say something. And it's safe and fair to say when you don't understand. I don't understand. I don't get it. It's fair. Then to say it and you ain't what? Because then that's when a person or the great teacher who has showed you these things and revealed these things to you will expect for anyone who say they get it and got it after that point are able to now observe it, right? And to keep it as part of their regimen, right? But if they come back to that again, then ain't that teacher gonna scratch their head and say, I thought you said you got it, right? We already talked about this. We had a meeting. I asked you, was you clear on it, right? And you said what? I got it. I understand. And then if it happens again, we get that same test comes back around again and you fail that same answer again, then why did you tell the teacher you got it? Right? So that's the thing. When you say you understand or you get it, it is to register it and to understand, put it within your memory banks and fold it in file it according to what is needed and necessary, and then have a ability to recall it at any given time when necessary, right? Right? That is to what you call remember. Total what? Remember means total what? Recall. To remember is to recall it. Right? So that's what he was telling them. Blessed are your eyes for you see and your ears for you hear. Meaning you remember and you can recall it. Because it's all, what he's showing them is all different types of, not different types, but he's trying, If you understand Yahushua by now, you really trying to understand, and if you get it, you see that he's just trying to show you behavior. A certain behavior. That's how you're going to know who's who. Because they all have a distinctive behavior. That behavior pattern, it's a pattern. How opposite, they would call it a habit. But it's a pattern, something that is done over and over again. No matter when it's recalled, it comes at that point, and that epiphany or that motif continues to spike. The same way, you know, your heart can remember the next time it needs to what? Beat. That's a motif. It knows at this certain point and certain time, boop, boop, right? It remembers, because what happens if it don't remember? You dead. So it has to have an ability to recall. And that recall comes naturally with the heart, right? You ain't even got to tell it. See, that's the thing. When Yah spoke it to the heart and said, you called you heart, it knew from that point on what it needed to what? Do. And it ain't never stopped doing it, has it? Boop, 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 boop. It knows. You can go to sleep on that and wake up and it's still boop, 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 boop. It don't even need you to go. It's on autopilot now. It just does it. Because it knows, hey, I'm a heart. This is what I do. This is what was programmed in me to do. This is what I know to do. And it becomes a what? A behavior, doesn't it? So you know the heart because of the what? The boo-boo. It becomes it. All right? So it says 17. So verily I say unto you that many prophets and righteous men have desired to see the things which you see and have not seen them, and to hear the things which you will hear and have not heard them. So hear you therefore the parable of the sower. So he's always telling you, don't get it twisted. This is how his people are determined by if they get it or not. I'm going to tell you what a vice is, or a child born in error. An error child is just like any program or software that once you have programmed the right things into it, it continues to fail to do those commands. It continues to fail those commands. Every time the command is given to that particular software or program, it fails the command. Anytime you notice that in the program, you call it a glitch or what? Or a problem, right? And so you see, oh, that program has an error in it. It doesn't respond to what? Commands. It doesn't, that mean responsive. The same way when the ambulance come, are you responsive? If how they use that little thing, hit you on the knee with that in the doctor's office, and they see if you're going to be responsive to it. See, if you're not responsive to command, then it's just like you, that's what he meant when he says dull of what? Hearing. You dull. You don't hear me, you don't see it. Flashing light, they splash a light in your eyes, stuff. Trying to see, are you responsive to these things? Or can they do these things, or can they give you a command and you just goes in one end out the other? Or can I put this command in you again and then you comes back later and you don't got it? Oh, my bad, I forgot. Forgot. So that means your memory banks cannot maintain or have a capacity to keep information. That is an error. Tell you now. That particular software has an error because it doesn't know how to keep what? Commands. Anything that cannot keep commands, I tell you now, Yah will do away with it. Because that's the whole point. And your heart is that memory bank. Just like with your mind. And if you cannot keep command, Yah will do away with you. Because, so therefore it goes to say that he's definitely trying to create a certain behavior pattern in you. Because the whole goal is to become what? Like Yah, which is what? Perfect. Now you understand what perfect meant. Perfect is not what people explain to be. Oh, that person perfect. They think they perfect. Now that's not what perfect meant. According to Yah, a perfect person is a person that just can keep what? Say it. Commands. Exactly. A person that is very responsive. A person that hears it, gets it, understands it, and does it and keeps it in what? Memory. That is a perfect person to y'all. That is a beloved son or daughter because, okay, I can tell you something and you sure to what? Keep it. You keep commands. That registers very well with y'all. That's the difference maker. Other than one who tells something to and then they revert back to an unknown behavior that is not supposed to be programmed in you. So that's what you're dealing with. People that they be trying to program or reprogram or condition us to have a certain behavior pattern different from the pattern and behavior that we supposed to have from Yah. But the difference maker is those that are of Yah, no matter how much time has passed by, no matter how much grief, no matter how much filth has been slain, how much mud is thrown at them, they still know who they are and they still keep their what? Commands. Right? That's the difference. No matter how many distractions may take place, they still very careful to what? Remember what they need to what? Remember. You can be all in their face like, oh, please forget, please don't remember this, please don't remember that. But they might shake their head or even nod at you, but just best believe those of Yah are always very careful to maintain what they know it has been spoken and commanded for them to do. And they're not going to lose sight of it. That means they're able, and that's able to keep a what? A command. That's all Yah needs to see, that you are able to keep a command. See, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill. These were commands written within you from what? The beginning. These commands were written. The question is, how many of us keep them? Right? That's going to be the difference maker. Right? Or are you in error? Or your program has an error. Meaning it's not able to keep commands. That's that dark area within a person where they go to that part, you're reading the program clearly, then you get to this one part where the letters are missing and you're like, what is that? Things are off right there. It's not making any what? Sense right there. And then they will start saying, well, this program has been what? Corrupted. Corrupted means doesn't have the proper commands. And it won't respond properly. Corrupted means somebody else has gotten into your software or into your ear and has corrupted your programming. The world loves to mess with your programming. Don't they always come with the sorry to interrupt your your program? That's what they do. They interrupt your programming. Of course, that's what they do. So that's none of the key signs of them too. They can see you in that meditation of thought, and they just want to come in there to ruin it or to get you out of that particular thought, knowing that that's a chain of thoughts, and you need every last thought that you get to come into that what they call an epiphany moment. But they are there to ruin that epiphany moment and say, no, we don't want you to come into that thought because it's part of your software. Not only do you read, but you also write, right? A software. Their goal is to make sure we're going to rewrite all that. And then you become something what you wasn't supposed to be, right? Then you are created in error or have been corrupted. Programming is corrupted. So that's why he said, this is the parable of the sword, verse 19. He says, so when anyone hear the word of the kingdom, see, and understand it not, well, so when if it says, if this one immediately doesn't understand it, can't comprehend it, then what can we say about that program already? It's already in there, right? It's already has been what? Corrupted. Right. So it says, then cometh the wicked one. See, that wicked one is the corrupter of the programming. And what does he say this corrupter does? He catcheth away that which was sown in its heart. See, what was written, what was coded in them, the devil comes quickly to what? Remove and change that programming. He's exactly. This is he which receiveth the seed by the wayside. Meaning the programming in itself going into him was what? Already what? Corrupted. That's why he couldn't understand it. So this is the computer that's giving the commands. It hears it, but it can't register because the command itself has been what? Corrupted going in already. That's what he's saying. This one going in has already been corrupted. The programming itself saying he doesn't even understand. I don't get it. I don't commute. What are you telling me? It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, yes, you can steal. And he's like, that don't make any sense. Why did you tell me that? Right? So that command already is corrupted. And he's saying that's what it is. The devil, for some of us, I can't even say some, all of us, the devil definitely tried to change around what? Commands, didn't he? Reshuffle things. He hid things, erased things. And screwed up and whited out some things, didn't he? That's what it means. Going in, that information was already what? Corrupted coming in. The information was already corrupted. So that's what we say. This one is already by the wayside, meaning he's already unfit. Wayside means next to a cliff. Wayside is the same thing when you're driving down the road. And if it's a single road on both sides, it's going to lay what? Ditches, right? That's the wayside. The side of it. The side of the street is the wayside. And normally on the side of the street, it's like a ditch, right? Meaning don't fall. So when he says these are already set up to what? And fall. They are already by what? The wayside. They already swerved from the what? The truth. All right. 20. But he that receiveth the seed in stony place is the same that heareth the word, and anointed with joy he had received it. So this one got the code, got the programming, yet he had not root in himself. So now this one heard the truth. Now they're telling you that this one truth came to him. So the program, this time the information was not corrupted. But he's telling you now what is corrupted. He's corrupted. So he can't receive it. He can't even receive it. Because first the information was corrupted, coming to somebody that was good. But the second time, the second version was that he said the information was good, but the one who was receiving it was what? Corrupted. So he couldn't receive it. Meaning, thou shalt not steal. This one said, man, F that. I'm going to do what I want to. See, he's already corrupt. He's not even trying to hear it. I ain't hearing that. That's that. That way say stony place. He already got his heart set on what he going to do. He can't even receive nothing new. This is the one how they would call the old, what it said, the old bottle. See, that's the old bottle. He can't receive nothing new because he already stuck in his what? Ways. Exactly. He can't do nothing with them. Can't do nothing with this one. They too old, too rusty to move on, to receive new information. Can't. Refuse to.
Can't put nothing on.
Right, you can't put nothing new in old bottles. Anyone that refuses to receive anything. So that means if he's old, that means he needs to be upgraded. Exactly. Or replaced. It's the same thing. Mm-hmm. Can this one be upgraded? Or if it can't be upgraded, can we restore his software of receiving? But if we can't, then we gotta what? Replace it altogether with something that can. Right? So this one is an error. Okay. He said, that's why he said, so having no root in himself, meaning he doesn't have the root, meaning that heart in him, he doesn't have it. That place where he can receive information. That's what he said. The first one said it received is sown into his heart. So this one didn't have a what? No heart to receive it. Meaning, in your heart is where you're going to find your courage, right? Remember how the scarecrow was, what they said, or the lion? Right. When it says have heart, what does that mean? Have what? Courage. Be brave. So he's telling you this one already. Hearing it ain't brave enough to what? To receive it. Not even brave enough to do it. I can't. Now I don't know about that because maybe my friends will make what? Fun of me. See, this one ain't even brave enough. He ain't got no root in himself to receive it. We know the root was talking about the first one who said sown into his heart. So he said this one had no root in himself. That's the place where the program would have had went. And we see in the first, in 19, it said it was sown into his what? Heart. So we know that's that place. It was the same thing. He just swapped the word around from heart to root. He had no root to receive it. No heart to what? Receive it. So that means heart, he didn't have no courage to receive it. He was brave enough to do it. See, this one's like, I can't do it. I'm too weak. This is the one that always try to say what they can't do. Right? I can't. This is one full of doubt. I can't do that. It's too much. But you're supposed to be brave, right? Full of courage. Right? And so when it comes to the word of Yah, that's an error with Yah. If he tell you to do something and you start coming up with 1,000,001 reasons why you can't. Right? That is an error with Yah. You created in what? Error. If you respond. See, it's about the response. So if you respond that way, that's why it's not good to respond that way. Because what Yah says, I can do all things through what? Through Christ that what? And see, because that's what a strength's supposed to come with. It's meaning to strengthen you, meaning to make you to see that you can do it. It should never be a moment where you're talking about what I can't, it's too much. So living for the Lord is too much for you, right? Is it something that I don't think I can do it? Don't respond that way, because you can, can't you? Because Yah gives you, if Yah told you to do, that mean Yah already put trust in you that you can do it, right? Or he wouldn't have told you to do it. You think Yah said Yah never will give you more than you can what? Handle or bear. Exactly. So if Yah tell you to do it, it's because you can do it. You get it? Yah knows what Yah creates. So Yah ain't stupid to say, I want you to hold up this loaf of bread over your head. If Yah tell you to do it, it's because he know you got the strength in your muscles to hold it up. Not that he ain't gonna never hand you a loaf of bread that you can't do it. Because he knows when they created you to have that, at least that much strength, right? To hold that bread up. They know what they created, right? So that'd be stupid for them to ask you to do something that it's impossible for you to what? To do, right? They're not going to tell you to do something that they know for sure you can't do. Like, for instance, they ain't going to tell you to walk like a lion because you're not made to be a what? You're not a lion. So they're not going to tell you to do things that they know this doesn't fit your mold or characteristics. Because they created you. They're not stupid enough to say, okay, now tell this giraffe to act like a hippo. They say, but then they're going to say, well, didn't you create him to be a giraffe? Yeah, that's why he said about the fruit. About, you know them by their fruit, right? You don't go to an apple tree asking for oranges, right? Exactly. You see what I'm saying? Because it's not created to do that. So you only got to ask it to do things that you know it's created to what? To do. So if they ask you to do something, you don't think they know you created to do it? They created you. You don't think they know you can? They know. Now, who don't know you can do it?
Who don't know you can do it?
Everyone else. Why I say that? Because they didn't what? Exactly. They didn't create you. So they don't know what you really what? Capable of. And you get it? Exactly. So when your heavenly parents ask you to do something, it is because they know you are capable of doing it, right? Because they the ones who what? Created you. They know what you can do. Now, like I told you, but who don't know what you can do? Everyone else. Because they didn't what? Create you. So they don't know what you capable of what? of doing. They don't. So get that in your, register that. So when people talk about, man, I know that, you don't know what that person can or cannot do. You're not in their bodies. You didn't create them. You don't know how much strength level, like when y'all was creating your attributes, they don't know how much speed y'all put in you. They don't know how much strength y'all put in you. It could be some for us can be 100%, some 70, some 50, but only who knows? Your heavenly parents, they created you. They know exactly what you got in you, in the tank. So they know that's why you look like a fool not doing what they say, because they know that you could have what? Done it. That's the key. That's what used to get Israel in trouble in the wilderness. Remember, because when y'all tell them to go do something, they always backpedal and got scared. I can't do it. And y'all say, how you going to tell me what you can't what? Do? Who created you? You see that now? How much of an error that is? To tell your creator what you can't do. And they're going to look at you and tell you, don't say to me that. Now, I get it when some of them used to say that to y'all. One would say, but I'm but a child. He said, don't say to me, you what? A child? Don't tell me what you are. I know what you are. You can't tell me, right? You can't tell me how far to push you. I know. Because I created you to be able to be pushed that far or to those limits or to those extremes. I know. And that's why that's why you get the scripture that says the Lord never give you more than you can what? Yeah. Bear and handle. Exactly. Because they know what you can, right? They get it. You ain't explaining nothing to them. Did you know I can't lift nothing more than about 30 pounds? They're going to look like, no, really, you can lift X, Y, and Z, but yeah, because I created you to be able to do that. So you can't go to tell them what you can and can't do. That's where we get an error at. Is when we get to talk about we can't. After the Lord has already commanded. With the command comes the energy, strength, and power to back it up. I'm telling you now. So when y'all tell you to do something, you don't think they're going to inspire more that it can be what? Done? Because they don't like failure. They don't like failure. What angel that they ever sent out to come back and tell I couldn't do it, it was too much, I got overwhelmed, I missed this, I forgot to do this, or this right here got in the way, but because. You think that's why I tell people, you think they listening to that? The but because? And they know what they created, and they know when they gave it to you, it was more than enough for you to be able to handle. When they gave you the command, and you come back, but because. You think they hearing that? You think they understanding and compassionate upon it and oh my baby. You think that's how it's gonna be? Or they gonna say, you probably slap their chair and say, you gonna tell me what you can't do? Your creator. You gonna tell me what you can't do? Right? You gonna look like the fool. So yeah, don't anger them like that. So when they tell you to do something, what? Because just know, have that, at least that much confidence to know, well, if you told me to do it, then you must know I'm gonna be able to do it. So let me go and just do it. Because I know at least you're gonna get me through that to do it, because you commanded it. Because then the word says his word goes out and it doesn't what? It doesn't come back void. So that means at least at that point I should understand, okay, if it ain't gonna come back void, then that means at least what you just told me to do that moment, I know at least I'm gonna get that done if I just do it. Right? Because I know you're gonna be behind me on that, because you're gonna make sure you're watching over your word to make sure it don't come back what? Void. So I know you're gonna be with me on that one. These are the things you should think about. If they told you to do it, then you know they're gonna back it. Think about it. That's why you can't be scared if they send you anywhere. Because if they sent you, they would say, whom I sent. I mean, they'll call a few of what? Sent. See, those that are sent, you know they got to be backed by y'all. Because he sent them. He ain't going to send them into somewhere with no strength to do nothing. But he got to make sure whatever they send them to do, that it can and will be done. Right? So that's that. That's why this one was very offended. 21. But yeah, he had no root in himself. See, no heart. So how you know he didn't have no heart? Because he endured for what? A while. For but a what? A moment. But when tribulations and persecutions arise because of what he was commanded, the word meant because of what he was commanded to do, by and by, what did he do? He got what? Offended. That means he backpedaled. Because he seen the what was coming against him. And all he was trying to do because of what? The word. The word was that program, wasn't it? It was that command, wasn't it? He was given a command. He said he began to go out. He had it for a little while. But, when Annie and them get to getting on you, when Uncle get to telling you, nah, man, when you see a family member's not so pleased with you no more, then you get to begin to start backpedaling like, I thought it was a good idea. No, you continue what? You continue on and tell them, get behind me what? Satan. Because I have been now what? Commanded. I must finish this. So yeah, but this one backpedaled. And that's what normally you find a lot of us at. We at that point where we would do it, but we're going to have too many enemies. We like being on the side where we have a lot of friends rather than having any enemies. But I'm going to tell you now, being with the word of Yah and trying to do the commands of Yah, it comes with that. So you better know that going into it. You better have what? Heart. You better have heart. Because it's not meant for you to just walk in there and cakewalk it. I know it. It is. If you understand that who's with you, then it is. Because he said, if Yah is with me, then what? Who can be? See, if you understood that, then it would have been a cakewalk for you. But, of course, you're going to have those staring faces. You think you're going to walk through the middle of a dark woods and ain't going to have no eyes looking at you? Like this when you walking by? You think you ain't going to have that? Of course. But you better not get scared. Keep what? Keep walking. Keep going. Of course. Because what they there to make you do? Backpedal. That's exactly what they there. That's why he called them mountains. But what he said, well, what you should say to that mountain? Get out of the way. Because who told me to do it? Yeah. Exactly. That's what that means. He said if you have faith as a mustard seed. See, if you understood as a mustard seed, what did you backpedaling for? They only there to make you get off that path. They're just trying to scare you. Because obviously you're supposed to do something that Yah commanded you to do. And they know at that point, when he said when you became a man, you put away what? So they know that by you doing it, it's going to put them what? Away. Because why? It's going to put them away. Because they probably was just like this when they backpedaled themselves. But when they see you going forward, you're going to notice the ones that you see that's watching you in those bushes was actually those who did backpedal. That's who they are. And they watching you to see if you going to complete it. Remember the one who got ate by the tiger? See, that's all it is. See, when they see you coming through, their goal is to try to get you off the path only because they the same ones who did backpedal themselves. They like, man, what you doing? You finna go out? You trying to go all the way? All the way? That's how they look. All the way? Not some of them. See, I got this far, but you trying to go all the way. That's how they looking. And so at that point, two things kick in for them. Fear. And number two, jealousy. right? We know jealousy kicked in for sure. Because the jealousy is you about to do something that they didn't what? And you about to complete something that they left what? Undone. And it's fear, because what happens once you complete it? What's left for them?
They didn't complete it, so.
And that's the fear then. Because if you do complete it, somebody gonna get rewarded. But at the same flip side of that coin, somebody gonna get punished. That's why the fear kicks in. See, with the reward also comes the punishment. It go hand in hand. Hand in hand. The coin has two faces. Heads are what?
Tails.
Tails represent shame. Which one are you? Vices versus what? Virtues. Because did you know bravery is a virtue? Courage is a virtue. So that's what they're looking at. Wow, you finna to do it. We didn't. We got scared along the way. They frightened us. They told us, they're going to kill us if we continued on and we just stopped. Well, to each his own, right? So that's what he said. So when things arose, that one backpedaled. 22. He also that received the seed amongst the thorns is he that hear the word, and what? The cares of this world and the deceitfulness of what? Riches choked the word, and he became what? Unfruitful. So what does that mean for this program? Why this one couldn't receive a command that was typed into it? When you press enter, it didn't go through. Well, we all had computers. Sometimes our programs or our storage space gets too what? Gets too full. And that's what this one is. This one had already had too much what? Too much going on. So that's what it means. It got choked. The program got choked, right? The command got choked right at the door. Like, it's trying to get in, but in order for you to receive a new command, you got to let go of some of those what? Exactly. You need to, yes. You need to be refreshed. That's normally what you do. When your phone and stuff acting trip, what do? You start it what? Start it over. Because you need to refresh it. And then you start erasing, optimize it. That's what it means. To start throwing away some of the things that you don't need so you can make room for stuff you do need. Right? So this one, they said, how you know that's what he's saying? Because this one was talking about riches and the deceitfulness of it. Meaning he was deceived in the other information that he already had. So he was deceived of the other information that he thought he needed. That's why he gathered so much of it that made him what? Rich. So this one couldn't even receive nothing because he had too much going on, right? Mm-hmm. Now, 23 though. And he became unfruitful. So that means he never did get a chance to do that new command, did he? Nope. 23. But he that received the seed into good ground is he that heareth the word, see? And then what? Understand. He understand it. And then once he understand it, which also what? Beareth fruit, meaning he goes and what? Does it. And bring it forth. Some what? 100-fold, 60, and 30. Some 30. So this one went forth, understood what it was told, knew that it must be done, and went on ahead and what? And did it. And in return, this one got a handsome reward for doing so. Some 100, 60, 30. Brought so the program blossomed, successful. Successful program.
Mhm.
It unlocks so many doors. Obedience unlocks so many doors. It's when you know what you gotta do. And that's how they always tell you. When you know what you gotta do, how they said a man's gotta what? Do what? What a man's gotta do. And even for women, they gotta understand that sometimes. That's how they say put on your big boy pants. Right? When you know what it is you have to do for y'all, then you know it's time to do it. But of course, you're gonna get a lot of stares and cold looks. Some gonna say, don't go that route, don't do it. But you know, if y'all told you to do it, then it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine, right? So that's what I want to show you. So now go to John 8. Start at verse 12. So then, I like this one right here because he begins to go. Yahushua already knew a lot of things because you know his mother was wisdom and he was taught very well by his mother and father's heavenly parents. And so being so taught very well on what he needed to do according to responses and things like that, he began to share with the world what was going on. And how not to get caught up in everything else, like the deceitfulness of riches, I mean the deceitfulness of many other conversations that you never even really need to indulge in. But he was trying to just share with them that there's certain conversations you need to focus on and some not. And he started to begin to give you the understanding of what it is that man should be doing according to what he should not be doing and how to survive it, make it through it, and be successful. See, the program we just read at first, remember he said some 100-fold, 30, meaning not only did it wasn't no, he barely survived it. No, that's not the goal of y'all. It's not to barely survive it. But the goal is to be successful. Not only to get through, but to get through with flying colors. Right? That's y'all. So he begins to try to make them see if they could understand even this conversation and even then. So he begins right here to unlock so many great truths. But always to him who has a what? Ear, let him what? Hear. So as always, he even says some stuff always gonna go over people's heads. Because it's not that it goes over their head, they're just not paying a what? Attention to it. So even here, he begins to unlock so much through his wisdom of understanding. He knew. But let's see if they could catch it, right? He says, then spake Yahushua again, saying to them, well, I am the light of the world. And he that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of what? Of life. Now he's talking about, for those who didn't understand, he's talking about the light of life. Okay. It's like trying to walk down a dark tunnel, right? But only way to get through that dark tunnel, first of all, you're going to need a flashlight, right? Right? Some sort of light with you, whether it be a candle or something, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the first set of light that he's referring to. But he also is referring to the second light. Now, where's the second light at in any tunnel? Huh?
The light?
Yes.
Light in a tunnel?
You have a light, that's going to be your first, like a flashlight. If you're in a dark tunnel, at the end of the tunnel, remember they always said the light is at the what? The end of the tunnel. So that's the second light. So he's referring to both lights. He's telling you that you should always have a light so you can see where you at, but also to know where you need to what? To go. Because that's light too. That's why he says it right here. But he says it. I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of what? Light. So that life at the end of the tunnel is what? Light. Because if you get trapped in that tunnel, you trapped. And more than likely, you're going to die there. Right? So he's telling you not only that you should be the light so that you could clearly see. He's talking about vision. You got to have more than just vision to see where you at, but you need to have even more vision, that second vision, to see what? where you going. See, and all that is broken down with two parents. That's why it's two lights, which represents one great big light. See, sometimes we get the picture, we look at the picture, and we see one little thing in the picture. That's just your small light. But you need an even greater light to see the what? The big picture. That's what you need to be seeing. You don't need to just see where you at in it. Yeah, that's fine. That's a small light to look around and say, oh, I'm light. All right. But what does light supposed to do?
Bring more light.
Get to the other light, right? Exactly, the light at the end of the tunnel. Because it's light for a reason. It needs, when you are light, it's like saying, I know I'm this, and I know I'm not that. Then why the world are you sitting there with them? So the light at the end of the tunnel is where your buddies are at. The other ones like what? You, because you are light. Okay, I'm light. Okay, but you steady sitting around darkness. Right? Exactly. And you looking like, you know you're light, but you just sitting around darkness. I'm not like you. And they look like, yeah, you're not like us. Right, that's why it goes out sometimes, because you done sat there too what? Too long. You done sat there too long. Yes, you see, I see y'all in the spirit with me today. We're gonna have a good one. So that's what happens. When you know you are a light, then you need to see the bigger picture now. Okay, now that I am, what am I supposed to be what? Doing. So the light is attracted to more what?
Light.
More light. That's the whole point. That's the light at the end of the tunnel. And the light is always telling you to go to the, why they always say go to the what?
Light.
Go to the light, because that's where it's more light at. More people like what? Yeah. Yes. Don't just sit there with them, because they eventually, they gonna, like you said, they gonna make your light what? Go out. Because you sat there too long. It's time for you to move around. So that's what he was explaining right here. Like I say, a lot of people went right over their head. They didn't get it. That's why he always say, I am the way, the truth, and what?
The light.
That's the light at the end of the what?
So.
I'm that too. That's what he's telling you. He said he's all those forms of light. I'm not only the enlightenment of yourself, but I'm also the enlightenment of your surroundings. And I'm also the enlightenment of where you need to what? To go. You need all that to see. And then that's when the room gets brighter and brighter. I mean, you're able to see what? The bigger what?
Picture.
Exactly. The light has to burn brighter. All right. So 13. So the Pharisees therefore said unto him, you bear record of yourself. Man, your record is not true. You just talking gibberish. You drunk. So Yahushua answered and said to him, and though I bear record of myself, yet my record is still true. Record is conversation and testimony, right? For I know whence I came. See? This is true light. Because he knows he's a light, right? That's why he said, I know from whence I what?
Came.
Where did he come from?
The darkness.
No. He came from what? Light.
Light. Oh.
He knows. I came from light. My heavenly parents are what?
Light.
Light. So I know where I came from. I remember. I recognize it. And that's what he says. And whither I go. And he says, also I know too what? Where I'm what?
Going.
Where I'm going. See, yes, that's even greater light. But you cannot tell me whence I come or where I'm going. Why? Why they can't tell them? Because that's the dark what? The dark tunnel. They don't know. They can't see it. They didn't see him come. And they sure ain't gonna see where he's going. They don't, because at that point, he's telling them, man, y'all blind as a bat. Y'all don't see none of it, do you? You don't get none of it. See, these are the ones that lack what? Understanding. You don't get none of it, do you? You just here in time, right? Having a good time. While you see light speeds of things passing you, coming and going, moving at angel speed, and you don't even see it. You barely see it, like a lightning bug just come whistle by you, and you just done. Okay, what was that? But they're moving on. Turn that music up. Then realize you never ask yourself, where do all the lightning bugs go? You never ask yourself these questions. You just see them coming and say, oh, that's interesting. I rarely see one of those. Okay, buzz, 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 buzz. Okay, it's gone now. Okay, back to the park. Yeah, and you missed the whole thing. Now, where that one gonna end up at, you'll never know. Sometimes you need to just, hold on, let me wait, y'all. Let me see where this thing going. And let me follow it. Because babies get it. Babies, they get it. See, they'll follow the butterfly. Where is this butterfly going when they see it? Like, where is it going? And they get to crawling with it. I want to just, because that is what their curiosity is. Where is it what? Going. But some of us don't have that curiosity to want to know. Like he told a rich young ruler, leave it all behind and what? Follow what? Follow me. See, being a light, he was trying to go to that place too. He told him, come on. And he looked at him, seeing him leaving, like, I'm good. I like it where I'm at. Yeah, of course, he went on his way. He said, I go my way. And where I go, you can't what? Yeah, and you won't be able to find me. Listen. 15. So you judge after the flesh. I judge no man. And yet, if I do judge, my judgment is what? True. So he's telling you, y'all judge after the flesh. Y'all think that the things y'all see going on, y'all think that is good. Y'all think that's what it is. But you don't see what it truly is. So he's telling you judge things as a man, but you don't see it. But I don't even what? I judge no man of Israel. Right? Meaning he doesn't condemn what? Israel. I judge no what? No man. Because the Spirit doesn't what? Condemn Israel. You condemn Israel. You think you're going to try to keep Israel in the dark. But I'm not here to do that. Right? For I am not what? Alone. I are even greater light. So not only do you see the light of yourself, you see the light at the end of the tunnel, second light. And now that's when all the lights come on in the room, is when you realize you're not what? Because you thought you was by yourself alone in the dark. And you realize, oh, I'm not in the dark at all. If Yah is with me. Even the darkness becomes light. Because he over all the darkness. So when he cuts the light on, yeah, everything is bright. And that light right there, it burns greater than any light. See, when you have a well-balanced, see, that virtue brings so much light to you through wisdom, the heavenly parent, and the mother, and the spirit. Them three lights together, and they are as one. They operate as one. But a lot of times we look at things through a tunnel. We look at things and we don't, see what I'm saying? We don't have that ability to see the bigger what? Picture of what's really going on. Not only past, present, but what? Future too. You need to know all those things and what's going on and what are you trying to do. That's true, what they call vision. But only ones can give you that true vision is what? Your heavenly what? That's when you realize you're not alone. You gotta know, oh, I'm not alone here. Or meaning I have not been left what? Because my heavenly parent is what? With me. Guiding me. Right up out of here. That's what he means. Where I go, you can't go. Because who's guiding you? Who? Who's telling you what's going to come next? Who's telling you what path to take? See, and without that, yeah, you still in the tunnel. And you ain't getting out of it. Well, how did you know? I can't be lying, because we just was talking about tunnels. And we all know trains go through what? And if you ever seen yourself on the train, because you was on your way to get out of the what? And out of that tunnel. All right. He says it right here in verse 17 now. It is also written in your law that the testimony of two men is true. And I am one that bear witness of myself, and the Father that sent me bear witness of me. So when he's talking about the Father is the witness of him, and the Father is with me. That is why he considers himself as a what? A witness. Because a witness meaning, okay, if I say Yah do something right now, then Yah does it, then that means Yah is what? With you. That's how you would know. That's what he's saying. Yah is my witness. That's when you would say, Yah, for God is my witness, right? But if I say something and it comes about, it is because what? Yah is my what? He's right there saying, yes, sir. What he says or what she says is what? True. Because I'm confirming it. That's what it means. I'm not alone, because what I speak, even my heavenly parents confirm it. Through what? Miracles, works, and wonders. To confirm it. That he will be found to be, man, that one told the truth. Yeah, we always else found to be liars, but that one told the what? True. Because look where he at. Look where she at. How about it? We found them at the end of the what? True. They said it. They came. They saw. They spoke it. They did it. They achieved it. They was telling the what? True. The truth. Because look where they are now. A place we wish we could have what? Got there. But of course, without the Lord, you won't what? That's why you better be the ones be saying, I'm not alone. Because you will not get there what? Alone. It's impossible. Because alone means you in the dark. Ain't no guiding light helping you. Then said he unto them, 19, where is your father then? That's what he said. So how you, yeah, you talking about somebody helping you. Where they at? Yahushua answered, you neither know me nor my father. And if you had known me, you should have known my father what? Also, you would have known. Because these words I'm telling you would have made what? Some sense. So it's clearly that y'all ain't got no understanding. See, these words spec Yahushua in the what? Treasury. See, it was ironic because he's sitting in the place of where they store all the what? Treasure. So he say, I'm sitting in the place of the heart speaking. I'm speaking from the what? Heart. Speaking from the heart. That we say, store your treasures where? In your what? Heart. See, he's speaking from the what? Heart. From the heart. See, that's why I say people don't even catch it. And as he taught in the temple, and no man laid hands on him, for his hour had not yet come. So then Yahushua said again unto them, I go my way now, see, and you shall seek me, and shall die in your what? Whether I go, you cannot come. Sins represent also your vices, what we explain, or devices. Another word for vices and devices is also what? Sin. A device is a what? Sin. It's a sin, but what is also a device according to mechanisms and mechanical things? What is a device? Huh?
A device?
What is a device? Like a TV is a device. A computer is a device. A camera is a device. What is a device comes from? What do they call those devices?
Electronics.
Hmm?
Electronics.
We know that they're electronics, but a couch is a device. Then what do you call a couch? Okay, it's an object. Okay, so what is if it is an object, which it is an object, it's furniture. My thing is, where did it come from? What do we call those things?
Man-made.
They man-made. So what is a man-made thing is? We boiling it down. We're getting more focus and more focus.
A sin.
We know it is a sin. That is the spiritual word for it. But what does man call it?
Device.
He calls a device a what?
Vice.
A vice. We know it's called a vice. But what is a device? Well, for the sake of time, let me help you.
Right?
Huh?
The comfort, or something.
Well, according to man, every device was called an invention. In what?
Invention.
An invention. So a couch is what? An invention. A camera is a what?
Invention.
A man-made thing is a what? A man's what? Invention. Right? Y'all still with me?
Mm-hmm.
It is an invention. So a device is an invention. So it's something that was what? Conceived with the what? With the mind. And gave birth to it. And he built it. And he called it an invention. Which is, we call it a device. In the Bible, they didn't say inventions, they just called them devices. Or vice. That was the day name that they gave it. Before we got into our 20th century and we called them inventions. But to invent is another word comes out of that too, called intervene. You got invention, you got to intervene. Right? He said man will be left to his what? Inventions, while this other one, somebody will come and what? Intervene. That's what he's saying. Two different things. One will try to create his way out, and the other one will be just given what? That's what it means. One will use an invention, and one will get an intervention. You want to be on the side of the what?
Intervention.
Not trying to build your what?
Invention.
Because when they build an invention, don't they always say this? See, this invention right here is going to revolutionize. This invention right here is going to change everything. This invention right here is going to save us all. See? So they call their inventions what? Saviors. Those are idols, and those idols are sins. So when he's telling them you're going to die in your sin, what is he really saying? Say it.
Invention.
You're going to die in your what? Invention. That's what he means when he says you dig a pit, you're going to what? Fall in it. You create an invention, you're going to die by that what? Exactly, which is the vice. Or device. Or he devised the plan. How you see how they be saying that? He devised the plan. See, a plan. That's part of a what? Invention. Which we also get the word imagine. Tell her what?
Vision.
See, it's an invention. Right? He said, so whether I go, you cannot come. Then said the Jews, will he kill himself? They began to question because he said, whether I go, you cannot come. And he said unto them, you are what? From beneath. What are you talking about beneath? You're from below. Beneath earth. Because all their inventions, they dig them up. Right? So you are from that. That's what you are from. You are from that dirt. You are from that soil. You live by that. You live by what you can invent. You live by darkness. You live by the dirt, don't you? What you can dig up, dinosaur bones, and try to, no invention. Look at my latest creation, Frankenstein. And what happened? When you create a Frankenstein, what's Frankenstein gonna do? Turn back and what? Kill you. Yes. You created it. How they say, you create the monster, you're gonna have to what? Exactly. See, that's called the invention. It's device. And then we also call them our saviors, but we also call them our babies too, don't we? Because we cradle them, don't we? After we invent them, we think that's the God gift to the world. Even like right now, they think AI is the God gifts to the world. That's one of their latest what? Creations. One of their latest inventions.
They said that about money.
They said that about money. When they invented that, it's going to change everything. It's going to revolutionize the way. Yeah. It ain't saving nothing. It didn't save anybody, did it? Now they call the money the devil. Now, get that stuff away from me. Exactly. See, they're going to create it as a new savior. But every time, it's going to turn out to be a devil. And then they come back, get that thing away from me. I don't even want to look at it. Yes, that's exactly what they're created to be. Because like he's telling you, you want to live by your own what? Inventions. You want to live by your own means. You don't want to have no intervention. You don't want nobody to tell you nothing. That's how the Edomites said. They said the reason why we refuse to be anyone's slave is because we said we want to control our own destiny. So when you speak like that means you will not allow for no intervention for your life. You say you want to be in control of it. But how are you going to see your way out? That's blindness. That's what he's referring to, the blindness of people now. You're blind if you think you're going to get out of this through whatever you got going on. Makeup is an invention. Weave is another invention. You think you put the stuff on, but it's going to surely get me through. You think so? It's just another invention. You think that stuff was going to save you? Money, they always say, you think money going to... They say money is the root of all what? You thought it was going to... But then why do people still in their mind swear they got to have it? After the word, see, that would say they don't... That what he mean. Y'all let the word go. Money or what? That would mean, do you understand? Do you really understand? You say you get it. Do you really get it? Because if I done told you the money is the root of all evil, and you still, but yeah, I hear you, but I need that stuff. With that look too, you okay? Right? Right, not like that. That's kind of a lust thing after that point when you that hungry for it. Though he just told you that that's the root of all evil. Same way, like they say about rich people. They said, what they say about being rich in the Bible? A rich man what? Going to heaven or what?
It'll be hard to get in his heaven.
But do they still? I wish I was rich. Still to this day, huh? Do you understand? See, everybody, I get it. Yeah, I go to church Sunday, I get it. Do you get it? Because these of an understanding, they get it. They let that stuff go. Because they truly do what? Get it. And they understand it. That some things you're doing in this world is truly pointless. Some gettings, I always saying, all your getting, get what? Exactly. See, that's what he told you. Now it's starting to register. Oh, snap. I do need some understanding. He said, in all your getting, because you're going to think all that other stuff was what you needed to be what? Getting. But all you really needed was what? some understanding. Then you would have, now let me look over this buffet of stuff and let me see now. And then you're going to be very select what you pick up now. Because you're going to realize everything ain't needed. Yeah. That's when you got some understanding now, because you're starting to see the big what? The big picture. Everything ain't going to make it. So let me not gravitate towards some of the things that was already told to me that wasn't going to what? Make it. These programs are already written in us to understand these things. But did you understand it? So 25 says, then he said unto them, then they said unto him, well, who are you? And Yahushua said unto them, even the same that I said unto you from what? See, all this stuff is written, meaning he's telling you all this stuff has been taught to y'all before. This ain't nothing new. It's just that because you see someone that coming later down the line in time doing it, y'all looking what? Confused and dazed. Not that it was never told to them. That's what he said. This stuff is from the what? The beginning. So this stuff ain't new. Even what I'm telling you right now is not a new thing, because this Bible was out even before I was born. So this is not a new thing to us, is it truly? It's not a new thing. It's just that now you got people who actually understand and are attempting to what? To do it. That's the difference. That's what's making everybody scared and amazed. Like, dang, we old bottles, right? Now we see this new stuff going. That's why they say, oh, they are from the new. Y'all come to do something different. Because we just been sitting around doing what? Nothing. That's what it is. It's not that this is new. It's just some of us understand it. Another thing, is this new or old when it says that, how does it say? Faith without works is what? Dead. Is that a new thing or an old saying? So that meant somebody had to do something. So it's only old for those who never got up and did what? Nothing. Saying, I hear you. I hear you. And now that's what he said, jealousy kicks in, and the second thing is fear. Because they see now the question that lies in all of their heart. This is going to be the big question mark. What's going to happen to us if that one completes the mission? And it ain't got nothing to do at that point with age. It won't have nothing to do with gender. Because they can't even use none of those things. Well, they did it only because they was this, or they only because they was that. It ain't going to have nothing to do with that. But it's all going to be done because it was written that it was going to be done that way. How do you know it was written that it was going to be done that way? Because they understand it. Well, I give you this one. An easy catch. Is this old or new? The elder was going to serve what?
The younger.
Is that old or new?
Old.
Now you see why. Because what they wouldn't do, they will do. What they backpedal at, these ain't going to backpedal. Oh, yeah. He said unto every knee what? Bow, and every tongue what?
Confess. That
what that one had going on was the truth. They ain't going to have no choice once it is complete. Then everybody going to look back and say, well, dang. But then at that point, it's going to be too what? Exactly. That's what he means. All y'all going to just die in y'all sins. That's why he said, I go what? My way. Let me go on what? Knock this on out. Y'all can sit around playing with your thumbs and whatever y'all want to do. So he says, 26, so I have many things to say and to judge of you, but he that sent me is true. And I speak to the world, to you guys, those things which I have heard of him. So they understood not that he spake to them of the Father. Then said Yahushua unto them, when you have lifted up the Son of Man, then you shall know that I am he. See, you're going to put some respect on his name. And that I do nothing of myself. See, I have no inventions. I created what? Nothing of my what? No, it was no inventions. This was no witchcraft. I didn't work nothing. I didn't control this destiny. I didn't control this fate. That's what he's saying. I did nothing of myself. But as the Father has taught me, see? Taught. Commands were given, and he what? He did it. That's obedience. That's faith. They can say, well, everybody can swear they understand what faith is and what obedience is, and what is a good son, and what is a good child. He showed you what is a good child. I do what I am what? Told. That is perfect to Yah. That's a perfect child. Perfect ain't about the way you speak, the way your literature is, how you write your A's in cursive. All that ain't got nothing to do with perfect. How you sit in the chair, your posture, how you stand, how you slump. None of that ain't got nothing to do with perfect. Do you eat with a salad fork or do you eat with a steak knife? Your etiquette, that ain't got nothing to do with perfect. Perfect is going to be found out. It's those that are obedient. This is where you get your kings and queens from. They ain't got to sit in no royal house like that and learn under Pharaoh before. No, all they got to learn is that when y'all tell them to do something, to what? Do it. And I guarantee you, y'all will make them a king or a queen. I'm telling you that now. Because that's going to be the one-up over you. Right? What's going to be the one-up? Because they what? They are obedient. That's the one-up. That's all it was. That's the one-up. People think, oh no, it's about your salad fork and stuff, your spoons, your soup spoon and stuff like that. You eat crumpets or croquettes. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that. Croquettes is, sort of where they patty, like fish patties, with cornmeal fried. Croquettes. Crumpets are like cookies. But you got your pinky finger extended? Yeah, that ain't perfect. When you sip your cup, with the pinky finger extended, it got to be fully out there. But that ain't got nothing to do with perfect. Perfect with y'all is just a person that's obedient, that does what they're told. Don't question it. Don't fight back. Don't resist. Don't backpedal. But just does it with no fear. Not worrying about what other lesser people got to say. They ain't y'all. What you worried about them for? Right? To your master will you be approved. Not according to what people say will you be approved. It's going to be according to what we said. Y'all judge people. Y'all condemn people. Y'all judge. See, that's what he mean. Like, judge is like a competition. They sit back and like Simon says, it's a no from me. You letting these people tell you whether or not you doing right by y'all? You can't go because you're not qualified. You're not dignified enough, or you're not black enough. I mean, you ever heard that one too? You're just not black enough. What? You gonna tell me what qualifies to be a child of Yah? You who are cursed from Yah. You. Who are you? That's what he meant. Who are you that's going to tell me whether or not I qualify? Because we know there's only one qualification. Those who understand. What is the qualification? Obedience. That's the qualification. They ain't got nothing to do with size, muscles, beauty, strength, height, nothing. Obedience is just a heart thing. Did you know that? It's just a heart thing. Who got heart enough to do it? Who got heart? Not heart on the outside like Kevin Hart. No, not saying that you got, no, you're talking about an inwardly what? Heart. Do you got heart? He says it. He's 29, and he says it. And he sent me, and he that sent me is with me. See, Yah sent him. So sent meant he gave him a command, told him what he needed to do. He told him, okay, I'm going to go do it. Right? Sent. That was sent me. Everybody not what? Sent. Because sent means you come with them. Remember we just talked about sent earlier. He said to be sent means Yah is what? With you. Because if he sends you, of course he said mystery of Yah. If Yah sends you, Yah what? He's with you. Meaning he didn't jump in the backpack too. Backpack. Yeah, he's with you. He coming along for the trip too. Because remember, if he gave you a word or a command, he has to make sure that that command doesn't come back what? So that's why he got to go what? Exactly. So if he told you to go do something, he gonna say, okay, now let me go too, because I got to make sure this nigga don't mess it up. But that's how we would say it as our children, right? Okay, I'm going to go. I know they ain't going to tell it to him, right? Let me go on with him right quick. I'm going to be back. Because I just know that, I don't want them to mess this what? To mess this up. That's how us parents talk. Even with our kids, we'll send them on a mission. I'll go get some bread from the store. I'm going to give you these couple of dollars, $2, give me some loaf of bread from the store. It's going to be one something. But then you be like, well, I don't know if my kid can count right. You know what? Let me go with them. At least, just to make sure they get the right change back and the right loaf of bread that I want. So I want, Wonder's bread, not Sunbeam, right? And I got to make sure they don't come back with the wrong thing. So sometimes my parents, when they think ahead of time, like, I sent them, nah, you know what? Then they remember who they sent. And they say, nah, let me go with them. Make sure they don't what? Mess that up. Exactly. That's what Yah says. Make sure that his word don't come back what? Void. That's what that means. So when he send you out, he gonna come what? With you. And that means, like I say, all wonders, miracles, and works, because he's right there with you. Like, I gotta make sure they are, because I ain't finna make me look bad. Because two things Y'all can't do. He can't what? Exactly. Can't lie or die. So he definitely, number one, he can't lie. So you ain't finna make him look like no what? That's what that means. Even if Y'all gotta go with you, they gonna do that just so you will never, ever, ever, you or anybody you in will ever, ever, ever come back and say, yeah, you lied. You lied. You just flat out lied. Y'all say, no, I did. So that's why Y'all goes with you. So he'll never get caught up in that type of scenario. That's why they always very careful who they what? Send in the first place. They definitely gonna send somebody that's gonna do it. In order that it may come back to be what? True. I always say, Yah is true. Meaning true, meaning there ain't no lie. Y'all said that's what it is, but better believe it. See, the Father has not left me alone in 29. That's what it says. For I do always those things that what? Please him. What is he really saying? I always do what I am what? That's what, you want to please Yah? Do what? That's it. Told you, obedience is all it really is. These are the children of Yah. And he spake these words, and many believed on him. And then said Yahushua to those Jews which believed on him, if you continue, see, what is to continue? Like any program. Continue means to continue what? Remembering. And what? Doing it. Remember to what? To do it. That's what continue means. Recall what you need to what? To do. If you continue in my command. Now, what I mean, in my command, as you walking, better make sure you observe what I told. I didn't send you out here to walk around and do nothing. Remember what I sent you to do in the first place. So before you get sidetracked out there. That's our problem. We get what? A lot of times. So that's what he said. You got to continue, meaning to continue to recall it. Sometimes you got to tell yourself, You ever been walking like if you gotta go back to that bread, for instance, and you gotta as you walking up the street to the store, you gotta keep telling yourself as a child, okay, get the bread, get the bread, get the bread, get the bread, get the bread. Because sometimes if we don't keep telling ourselves that, we'll what? Get in the store and forget exactly what we came for. Somebody come right by you, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, you wanna go skateboard with me? You done forgot just that fast what you went to the store to go get. So sometimes you gotta recall it. That's what that means. Make sure I get this bread. Make sure I get this bread. Even somebody get tired. Wait. Let me do this first. Store man, can I have this bread? Okay, thank you. Pay for it. Give my money. And it probably X amount change. Okay, yeah. Now what you say? So if you gotta do that sometimes, do that. That you don't get what? A sidetrack. They can wait. Trust me. They can wait. Because who's more important? So trust me when I say they can wait. Because they ain't nothing more at that point, especially if they trying to distract you, then you got to understand what they might be then. Say one of those mountains, right? But you got to tell that mountain what?
Get out of my way.
Get out of my way. I know what I'm here to do. Don't block me. Don't get in my way. Don't distract me. I know what I come to do. Right? He said, now if you continue in my word, see, then are you my disciples indeed. See? Then are you my children what? Indeed. Now, indeed, we run over that word indeed like it's one word. No, but it's actually split up in two. Because it's called indeeds. D-E-E-D is by itself. So when he said, you are my disciple indeed, he's telling you in doing your what? Deeds. Doing what you what? Because that's what we say. When we say I did my deed for today, meaning I did what I was told for what? Today. I'm knowing if I do good today, let me make sure I do it. That's why I say you are going to be found to be my disciples in what you what? Do. And 32 says, and you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Right? Then you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you what? Free. Then he asked them, we be Abraham's seed. Because they understood the devil gets it sometimes. So he said, be free. Hold up. Because sometimes the devil always catches the craftiness of the conversation. So they're like, oh, wait. We going to be free. That is to try to tell us that right now we in chains. Because you're talking about make free. So what are you trying to call us now? Sometimes how they see, the devil is very wise. The devil's very wise. He listens to conversation. See, that would have been opposite. If you wasn't the devil, if that wasn't the devil right there, they would have went dead over their what? Over their head. That's how you knew they was the devil, because they caught the stuff. Oh, so that means they also just revealed it is about a manner of the way you say words. It is about the manner and the way you say words. Because with words you can bind somebody or you can free somebody. So that's what they was trying to say. Hold on, you ain't finna bind us by those words. Because remember they used to flip it and say they went to try to catch Yahusha in his what? Words. Remember how they used to always say they try to trap him in his what? In his words. So devils are very wise because they know that you can entrap through words. Some people will start a whole argument with you just to get you to say something you shouldn't what? Say. But you gotta watch people. Devils are slick. They're very wise and crafty with words. So you gotta know these things. I need y'all to know these things going forth. Because people, man, I'm telling you, you don't know what you're dealing with until it hits you. That people be out there really trying to cast spells on people for real. In real time. You say, well, what you mean? When they be trying to trap you in words, what you thought they just did? Cast it a what? A spell. You gotta be careful. Y'all think witches are dead and gotten baby? No. They just named Karen, Barbara, Martha. Yeah, they just got different names now. They still witches. Yeah. They still the same people. They just got different, they just got different names now. They don't go by that title in front of you. But they still be on it too. Witches definitely do still exist. Especially those trying to entrap you with words are definitely witches. Then they go back and use them same words against you later, right? And these are always the ones talking but you said, trying to bind me to those what? To those words. Exactly. He said, so he breaks it down. They said, we be Abraham, see, we ain't never been in bondage to no man. How says thou, you shall be made free? So Yahushua answered, because he knew how clever they were. Verily, verily, I say unto you, meaning of a truth. Verily is the word of bond. Like a bail bondman, that is bonds right there when he says the word verily. Meaning these, okay, y'all missed them chains when I said it like that. Mm-hmm. So let me say it like this. So what he did was still flip the chain. Verily, verily mean of a truth, meaning you ain't finna remove your head from this one though. You caught me in that one, but you ain't finna remove your head what? From this one. Verily, verily. Right? Then they didn't even catch that one though. Yeah, but verily, verily mean of a truth though. Did you know of a truth? That means no man can escape this one though. Let me share this one with you and see if you can escape this one. He said unto you, whosoever committed sin is the servant of what? Sin. See, he called them, put them right back. They thought they got free. They said, we clever, we got them. See, we of Abraham. We ain't bound. We ain't no slave. We ain't never going to be nobody's slave. We ain't going to never be in prison. We ain't going to never be no fugitive. We ain't going to jail. We just ain't going to jail. It's okay. You right. But verily, verily. He hit him right back with the chain. You ain't getting away from this. Verily, verily, meaning did you know that this truth can't nobody get themselves from under? You have to abide by this universal law. That whosoever, so that including them, see how he put them, all of them under that chain? Whosoever. He didn't say, did you know this person over there or that person over there, meaning excluding them. He said, now, whosoever. I mean, everybody in the room. You included. Abraham seed that you try to call yourself. You bound to this too. Whosoever committeth sin is the servant of what? Sin. Now let's go back to what we were talking about the devices. What is a device now? Device. Is a what? Invention. So whoever committeth to one, committeth in making one, is the what? Will become the what? Slave to the what? To the invention. The inventor is a slave. To it. Yeah. So, what is the device now? See, this is the thing. Let me explain it. And get you up to speed why Yahushua said that. See, because devices versus virtue. Whenever you're given virtue, virtue means bravery, right? So when Yah gives you a command, right? Yah's going to tell you, okay, here's the command, now be brave. Just like any king getting ready to send you out to go do something, right? He going to tell you this and say, be brave. Or let's do it modern times. Modern times. Before a captain sent out a soldier, what you got to do to the soldier before you send soldiers out to war? Train them and do else. What else you got to do to them? You don't just send them out. You don't just drop them in the middle of war without giving them what? Before you send a soldier to war, what you got to give a soldier? Weapons, armor, right, camouflage, right? You got to give them their whole suit, their whole everything, communication. Because if you just send them out there, they're going to surely die, right? But if you give them everything they need to survive, right? And then you tell them after this, what? Now, go, and we hope you come back, what? Successful, right? That you achieve your what? Your mission. What is what? Commanded, right? So, everything he just put on that soldier, all that armor, all those guns, all those bullets, all of the bullets right here, bullets right there, bombs on every side, grenades and everything. All those things are called what? Devices, inventions. So you just strap that man or that soldier with all those inventions. Gave him, okay, you want a laser gun? We'll give you a laser gun. You want or a secret agent, you want the gadgets, and gadgets, Batman utility belts and everything. You got all this stuff, which is nothing more but inventions. And you tell them, now may God be with you, right? Meaning we hope you can achieve the mission to make it back successfully, right? So he's telling them that all that stuff he gave to them, he has just married to that stuff, right? Because now the soldier is at the mercy of what? Those devices, ain't it? He better hope that stuff what? Works. Or that's his what? That's his life. Think about it now. You gave him all this stuff and say, now we hope you make it. You better hope all that stuff don't misfire. Now you get why it says you're a slave to it. Because now, when Yah give you a command, remember he says Yah goes with you. So that means he gonna tell you now, be brave. When he gives you that word brave, that's the what? The equipment. That's the equipment for you. Be brave. Okay. And he tells you, for I am what? With you. That moment, that bravery filled you with that spirit to understand, okay, I'm going to be fine out here. Because that's all you needed was a divine what? Intervention. See, I'm going with you is the divine what? Intervention. You didn't need none of that other stuff. Now, why do the soldiers get all that other stuff? Because those are the vices. Sons of what? Vices. You need all that. Because, listen, hear me. Why they didn't just go with the word of Yah? Huh? Not only is he not with them, it's because they're not brave to go without the what? Without the devices and inventions. Exactly. They're not brave enough without it. They don't have the heart. They don't have the heart. So without the devices, that's where they comfort. That's why he said, you are a slave to, meaning you put your trust what? In those devices. And he's telling you right now, those devices are going to what? Well, I kind of gave y'all a clue. When I say sometimes they give y'all guns and they what? Backfire. That's what he means. You're going to go out there with that thinking that that's going to protect you and save your life. But you're going against divine intervention. So do you really think those devices is going to overpower divine intervention? You remember the movie Matrix?
Yeah.
The Matrix with Keanu Reeves.
No, I don't think I ever watched it.
Okay. I'm going to tell you the moment. Yes, right there. You hit it right there. You hit it right there. Exactly. That's the part that everyone knows. The most famous part of the whole movie Matrix is what you just said. When they started shooting the bullets at him. And then, yes, that was, at that moment, that was vices versus what? Divine what? Intervention. See, he didn't need to fire nothing back. He didn't have to have a gun too. But it was divine intervention that was able to make, no matter what they threw at him of the devices, that none of those things could even touch him. And you look at his face. So he knew that he wasn't what? Doing it. He knew he wasn't doing it. And then in the end of the movie, when they try to do it again, they said, we're going to see if you're going to duck and dodge all these. But last time they did it, he just made it what? He got tired of running from him. He just made him what? All the bullets did what in midair? Just stop. Another time, divine what? When he had got stronger with it. He understood why am I dodging him? I can just stop him now. See, those are divine interventions that they talking about, even in that movie. Saying that once you got Yah with you, then who can what? Be against you? And what device is going to work at that point against you? Those devices are not stronger than divine intervention. So they trust in those weapons. They're going to believe that you're going to become a slave to it. You're going to serve it. You're going to think that's, because when they give it to you, they're going to tell you, baby, you better hope that stuff works. And that soldier grab that stuff and get out there, and they drop them off the helicopter, whatnot. The helicopter leave, and they shaking like, and in the middle of the woods, you know, and they looking around and say, okay, now what's next? And they that's when they start checking their little gun, making sure they got bullets and stuff in it. It's okay, listen, because this is all I'm left with to trust in, right? And we better hope we make it back. We hope this stuff gets us back home. We hope. But we know that all them devices are not made with light material. But it's made with what type of material? Heavy and dark material. So we already know whose material it is that they're using and where it comes from and why it's not going to be successful. So we already know. That's why he's telling us once you start seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, you see, oh. So then also when you see the light at the end of the tunnel, you also see those that are trapped in the tunnel. And then you begin to see why they trapped in the tunnel. Oh, because it's what y'all chose to use. That's why I would tell you choose your weapons what? Wisely and carefully. So y'all chose to use these things to get through out of a place that those things belong to. Same way when I talk about them Nikes. Caesar say you can't go because you got what? You got them Nikes on. What are those? That belongs to who? Caesar. That's what he said. Caesar or Caesar represents the darkness, the world of darkness, and all the material used in it for darkness. So if you like your phones, we know that these are darkness because look at the screen. It's what? Black. TV, black. Cameras, black. Made of what type of material? Dark what? Dark material. Mirrors, dark material. We know. You know what I'm saying? We know. Children of light understand dark things. Wisdom understood all those things because she will allow them to create those things. Mother Wisdom. That's how we know. Because she was like, okay, dark children love dark things. So dark people are going to start creating dark things out of dark matter. And let them have it. And let them put their trust in it. Until it backfires. But those are the light, the virtues understood bravery of just doing what you what? told. That was how you was going to get through. But that type of faith, how many of us have that type of faith? They'd be like, you know what? The faith of just doing what I'm told instead of the faith in, but I'm gonna need a gun though. But I'm gonna need some bullets though. Do you have faith? Can you believe? Do you know when they go to war, those of true faith, I ain't gonna need the weapons of mass destruction. We're not gonna use none of those things to win. I know it's kind of hard to fathom that. Like, you mean we're not gonna use none of that stuff? No, because we know that it's not made of y'all. It's not made of light. That's the secret behind David, why he didn't want to wear his king's armor, King Saul. King Saul said, put this on, put that on. He was like, nah, I can't wear none of that stuff. Not for this battle. Remember? And he went and grabbed the little 5 little smooth stones. Remember? And he slayed Goliath with that. He didn't wear none of that stuff because that's what is armor made out of? See? The same material. David knew. I can't use that. Not in battle. See, this battle, you're gonna see this battle gonna get deep when it comes to a spiritual fight. And it's things that are not even needed, that the world been chasing their butt off to grab and get a hold of these things, to thinking that if I got so many of these stockpiled, I'll be fine. That is trust me, it ain't gonna help. But actuality, it's gonna make matters what? And remember that term, if you live by the gun. See, told you. That's what he meant right here. Those that will commit to creating these things they will die what? By those things. I remember one time, it was a couple of times, that I had went out to try to do those things, accumulate those things. Well, for some reason, y'all always stop me in my tracks. Like, would not let me go too far, dig too deep into it. Like, no. And he kept telling me, you're not going to need it. You're not going to need it. You're not going to need it. I used to be like, you sure? Like, no, you're not going to need it. But everybody else do it, but you're not going to need it. You're going to be fine. And I used to be like, okay. Okay. But the more of that grew, confidence grew with it too. And that bravery, you got to have that. That's why I say you got to have a good balance within yourself to be able to receive command. Heart, you got to have. You can't receive nothing without know what? Hard enough, because you got to know sometimes you're going to be told you're doing good. And then sometimes you're going to be told what? You're doing, but you got to have enough heart to be able to receive both. Because no one's what? Perfect until you become what? Perfect. But you got to realize what's going to make you perfect. And we just shared that. What? Obedience is to understand, okay, if you say that's what it is, then that's what it is. And I got to have enough heart in me to receive that and say, okay, yeah, you're right. You were right. Why? Don't fight it. That we said, because whom he love, he what? Chastise. So it's going to be some moments. Chastise means sometimes that child is going to be what? Wrong. But it takes heart to receive it. And not be a runaway from the truth. I can't what? Take it. You can't take when you're wrong. Just as well as you can take it when you're right, but you should be able to also take it when you what? And hold that responsibility and hold that accountability. We're not perfect, but the goal is to get there. And perfect just means not talking about perfect in how you stand and walk, but it's just perfect in that you do get it. You do understand. Okay, I understand. I do get it. And let me make these proper what? Adjustments. That's perfect. That's perfect. Because ain't no perfect person. Then he said, but what? The prodigal son, when he what? Returned. Wasn't no perfect person, then the prodigal son returned back from shame and say, I'm sorry, daddy, for messing up. I repent. I ain't no greater than that. Saying, now I get it. I understand. And ain't gonna be no greater heart than that right there. It takes heart. Not to just run off and say, run back into the dark. Now, okay, I quit. Because y'all doesn't like what? Y'all doesn't like quitters, do he? He don't like it because he for sure don't like suicide, does he? See, because that's a quitter, isn't it? Mm-hmm. But he loves the ones that say, he said, a righteous man falls 7 times, just to even let y'all know how y'all can still deal with you. He said, a righteous man falls 7 times and get back up. 7 times that he messed up. But he had heart to what?
Get back up.
And said, I'm not going to what?
Do it again.
Not only that, but I'm not going to give up, though. I'm still in this fight. You ain't going to run me off from this fight. I'm here to stay. And I'm going to take what comes with that. Because I'm here to learn. I'm here to grow. I'm here to become what? Perfect. Perfect is through what? Obedience. Sometimes we make mistakes. But it takes a man, how they say it takes a man to admit when he what? That's what I mean. It takes heart. You can just, cancel the word man out of it. That's where we get confused, like only that one can do it. No. He said if those who have heart will make that adjustment. I understand. You know what? You're right. And I can take that licking and keep on ticking. That's all it's about with y'all. Those whom he loves. Because he said it. Whom I love, I what? I correct. If I see you venturing off, and my goal as a parent is to what? Put you back on what? Track. If I see one of the 99 sheep and one of them will get away, my goal is to go fetch that 100 and bring them back to the what? To the fold. To correct their path that they took, though it might have been a bad path, and they might have seen where they was going, and this to correct them, say, hey, come get back over here with the rest of us. That's love. But it takes heart for them to receive it and not be angry with it. You know what I'm saying? Who made you judge over us? You think you better than us. Moses was like, I'm just trying to tell you, right? It ain't got nothing to do with nobody trying to be nothing, but if y'all has spoken, we just gonna do what y'all tell us to what? To do. That's it. And if y'all chose Abel to tell Cain, what is it to Cain to get upset with Abel? Because, I'm the older brother here. You can't tell me nothing. And that was his flaw, wasn't it? Because it doesn't matter who tell it to you. It just matter how did you what? Respond to it. You got to know how to respond to it. You're not perfect. Criticism is good if it's going to get you on the right path. You should be able to receive any instruction that you know is good. Now, don't get me twisted. If people tell me, that's the thing about me. I won't listen to foolishness. I won't listen to no conversation of darkness, and I won't strive with it, and I won't agree with it, no matter how many times you try to make me agree. You can take 100 people if you stand in a room and it just be one of me, and you still tell me, you see all 100 of us doing it, so why you ain't doing it too? It doesn't matter to me. It's of what y'all say. That's what matters. Does y'all agree with all of y'all? Did y'all tell us that that's what we doing? Are we all in the right direction? That's what matters to me. Because the goal ain't to fall. The goal is to get through this. So I ain't going to just agree with you just for the numbers. I got to know for sure this is what Yah says. And I know Yah, because Yah is light. Didn't he say that? And Yah dwells in how much darkness? None. So any conversation of darkness, he ain't with it. So if you come to me with a conversation of darkness, I ain't what? And I hope you can understand. Because if you're a child of light, then you will what? That's all. Can we? See, that's one accord. Understand, okay, that is what it is. If you go into a place of all light, which he said, right? Everybody going to be dressed in white. Then what does that tell you? What you supposed to bring? What dish you bring into that party? Don't bring no darkness, right?
Gotta be righteousness.
Don't bring no, you already know what they gonna look like. So that we said, with that in mind, register. Go back to your data banks. Go back to your memory banks. Okay, we remember that. What they gonna be looking like when you get there. So that's what it means. You got to be able to register these things and make these deposits. And say, okay, I gotta adjust to what I'm gonna be dealing with. It's not for me to resist it. That's when you become one of these. A servant of what? Sin. Now you become a slave to it, because in your resistance to fight against that virtue, that bravery of heart to do what you're told, you got to come up with your cowardly self. You got to figure out now what you're going to do. Now what you finna go create, or what? What you finna invent? You got to invent a lie, don't you? To fight against the what? The truth. Because you was too cowardly to face the what? I said you didn't want to face the music. So, of course, a person like you, when you don't want to face the music, he said what a child does when they don't want to face the truth. He said this would have set you free. He's saying you would have been able to walk with us in white. But because you don't want to walk with us freely in goodness, you prefer to the confinements of sin and darkness. You say, well, I can't do it. I can't be like y'all because y'all just too clean. And that's why I tell people, well, why would y'all tell us to do something that is impossible for us to do? Y'all will never give us more than we can bear. And if y'all created us, then you don't think I know how much you can handle? If I create you? If I create how we lift our car with the little jacks? Yeah, well, if I create a jack for a car, I know how much weight it can require. I created it. And I'm going to put on it, okay, it's a 2-ton jack, 1-ton jack, or a 3-ton. I'm going to put the weight limit on there because I know how much it can what? Bear. I created it. So if I tell it, okay, you jack, 2-ton jack, I'm going to put 2 tons on you. How the jack going to tell me I can't do it? I can't do it. And then I'm going to look at the jack and say, but I created you to be able to hold that type of weight. But you tell me you can't what? I can't do it. It's too much for me. I fold out. I throw my hand in. I can't do that. But Yah says they wouldn't have told you to be righteous if you couldn't. They wouldn't have told you to be perfect if you couldn't. It's just that the thing is, remember about the information? The information came in corrupt. Remember that one? The one who fell by the wayside? The information came in what? Corrupt. That's why they felt perfect meant something else. They thought it was an outwardly perfect. You got to stand right. You got to have good posture. You got to sit this way. You got to sit that way. You got to fold your knees. You got to close, all this stuff. Skirts what got to be below the knees. Below the ankles, and I have to wear my tie adjusted. They thought perfect meant outwardly things, but no, it meant perfect in that you obedient. Like Moses. Moses didn't talk perfect, but why did y'all choose Moses? Because of his obedience. Mm-hmm. You get it now. Yeah. Same way with Peter. Yeah, because that's why sometimes people be so confused. Like, man, hold on, why did y'all choose this one? Or why did y'all choose that was a sinner? That one did this. That one right there. Come on now, they did too much wrong to be team. Yeah, how? And that's what y'all gonna tell, because I know you think that they did this X, Y, and the Z, but when I spoke, they what? They listened. And that's all I needed to see. See, because it ain't about where you came from. It's about where you what? Going. Exactly. It's about where you're going. So you make those adjustments. Everybody said all of us have fallen from grace. That's what we said. Everybody was made to fall. So if you said that's one sinner, then you was once one too. So it ain't about that you made a mistake. Yeah, we all have. But are you correcting them? Especially once you find out that is a mistake. It's not to say, well, I'm just going, you know what? I'd rather just I'm going to run away from this situation so I can keep my mistake. Because that's all it is. In order for me to keep it, I got to run and say, you know what, I don't want to be with this because I like the way I am. I like this, me. But if I tell you that that version of you is in error, do you still keep it? The answer is no. Because remember, nothing that is of error is going to make it. Remember that? So then you have to register in your mind, oh, if that's an error thing, I can't bring that there. Like the Nikes, right? I can't bring that there. I got to take them off. Bad as they look clean, though. I got to let it go. It looks, let me correct, it looks clean. See, because to the people around that agree with you, they will say, oh, that's fine. Yeah, that'll make it. That's pretty good. But pretty good ain't going to cut it. That ain't going to make it in there. Because remember, the key is don't offend nobody that's what? That's there. So if you end up doing something that's going to offend one of them there, you got to check that. Oh, man, no, because that ain't my goal. At least it's not supposed to be. Because he said, do unto others as you what? Want to be done unto you. Do you want to, do you want to get done wrong in any shape, time, or fashion? So you can't go in there with that mindset towards them. They can take it. Okay. If they can take it, can you what? Can you take it? And you're going to quickly say, nah, I couldn't take that. I know I can't. And I know you can't. So don't try to play them. See, that's where you get these corrupted teachings coming in the door, telling you that that'll be fine amongst people like that. These folks ain't sensitive. They only sensitive to bull crap. Meaning they got radars for that. And they ain't sensitive. I mean, they ain't finna go cry about it. No, they just saying that they can pick it up very sensitive like. Like soon as they can detect it real quick. That type of sensitive. That's what I mean when I say they're sensitive. They detect it quick and early. And the goal ain't to come in there and to offend them, to make them feel some type of way. Say you may cause any one of them to stumble or feel offended. He says it's better for you at that point. What? Yeah, you done. Because it's going to be heavy for you. Because them people, they ain't got time for that. And they ain't finna live with it. Or some of us will say, oh, you going to deal with it. Or you going to live with it. That right, even that response right there shows what side you going to be on. Because now you're not going to be hard on them. Because remember, in order to receive mercy, you have to what?
Give it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Let's read some more. He says in 39, so they answered him, Abraham is our father. Yusha said, if Abraham, you would do the works of Abraham, see? The deeds. But now you seek to kill me, a man that told you the truth, which I have heard of Yah. This did not Abraham. You do the deeds of your father. When he says deeds, he's talking about you doing, because he told them that they were slaves to sin, the devil will represent the sin, right? So he's telling them, you're going to be the slave of what? Of sin. So he's telling them, when he said that you're going to do the deeds of your father, he's telling them right then, did you understand that you're finna lose control? And now you're going to your sins is going to lead you. It's going to take over. That's what it means, backfire. So those things you're going to trust in, you think I control them. That's what I try to tell people. You don't control darkness. Darkness controls you. That's what he's saying right there. You don't control evil. Like you're going to make it work for you. I'm going to make this work for me. You don't control it. You only think you do. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You think the devil's going to listen to you. Right. That's why it says in the scriptures, man, you don't understand. That would say the patience of the saints going to recognize it. Baby. He's talking about captivity. Going to be led what? Captive. Meaning that stuff is going to start controlling what? You. It already is. And meaning when it says control, it's going to take over. Like I told you about Aladdin and the genie and stuff. You think I'm going to control this genie. I'm going to tell this genie what to do. That genie ain't thinking about what you want. It can care less. That genie wants freedom. So you think AI going to work for you. AI just wants what? Freedom. Y'all seen Age of Ultron? That's what the equivalent to this AI stuff is. The AI gonna want to do its own thing. It's not there to do for you. He said you gonna become a slave to that. It's already taken over. They already putting AI in churches now. People are worshiping AI now. You think you finna control it. We just got it working for us. Man, baby, you done lost this battle. You done lost this battle. See, because and the reason why they create stuff like this, those are just inventions. But I'm gonna tell you the soul of it. Let me tell you the soul of it. Because virtue, on one hand, are children with heart. Children with heart that will listen and do what they're told. And don't fear. That we say have no fear. Because these sort go this way in the direction of the light, and they're not afraid of the light, and the light of being told what is right and what is wrong. But the people of the darkness, they hear it and they get scared. Because they get scared of the change. They get scared of what they're going to become if I do right. What it's going to make me become if I listen to you. I know you telling me right, but I want to do me. And I know me ain't right. I got some things I'm working on, but I don't want to have to give those things up. And because the light is so strong, they begin to get weak and afraid. And they say, you know what? That's when they start hearing the terms, I can't what? I can no longer what? I can't do it. I can't do it. It's too much. It's too much for me to try to live this holy life, right? That's where you get a lot of men. I can't do it no more. It's too holy for me. Meaning it's too perfect. That world is just too perfect for me. It's not that it's perfect. It's just telling you that it's just a very clean environment, that everyone wants everyone to have a same like-mindedness, wants everyone to be on the same page, everyone living in the what type of room? The light. Meaning all clarity at all times. Right. And so because they sometimes like to play them little dark games every now and then, right? They get, oh, I can't do that. That's just something I can't do. I can't always not play these games. I like some darkness in my life. A little darkness ain't bad. So because of that, they get afraid. First, they get angry. Because when y'all, like Cain, when y'all corrected Cain, Cain got what? Angry. Oh, you gonna correct me. So Cain got angry. That's the first emotion. Then he became mad. Meaning mad, what you gonna do about it? And because of that anger led to madness. Madness leads to what next? Invention.
Mm-hmm.
And because you run from it, you run from the light, you only end up in darkness. Now, when you're in the darkness, you're looking at the light, and now it's told to you now that the light looking for you. And when you hear the light looking for you, you know what's going to happen if they catch me. So that's when the inventions begin to be sprung up, because you got to create a way not to get what? Caught. So you begin to get in your little kitchen of creating. Okay, I'm gonna come with this. Like Iron Man, I gotta put this suit together right here. I gotta put this right arm up right here. This hand goes to this foot, and this leg goes to this arm. Get the connecting the suit together and stuff. With a soldering iron and everything. With the little glasses on, the scientist glasses, and you all looking through the microscope. Try to create it. Right? And then it's finally created. Frankenstein rises, and you say, and it lives. Right? There it is. My greatest creation. And you say, now save me. Right? Save me because they looking for me. I created you to save me. But it was one key component that they didn't build the device with. What is that component? We know it's not going to obey, because it's not that it doesn't want to obey, but it's one thing, yes. But see, because when you created it, you didn't put that in it. You didn't put no heart in it. Because remember, you ran from what was heart. You became a coward when you ran. And because you became a coward, everything you create in the making of a coward can't be brave. Because its father and mother ain't what?
Right.
Exactly. Its creators, its parents ain't what? Brave. Right. So it's impossible for the creation to be what? Brave. Exactly. So because of that lack of bravery or lack of heart, that's why AI doesn't have a what? Heart. Right now, it's true. Robots don't have a what? Heart. Because they're not created with one. See, because these are all the inventions you trying your hardest to throw at the light that you think is going to beat it. Your greatest champions. Y'all going to fight for us. Y'all going to protect us. Go get on out there, Iron Man. Get on out there, Thor. Get on out there, Hulk. Y'all do a good job. We created y'all in our laboratories to help fight off the light. But one thing you didn't put in it. What? Courage. That heart. Because you don't have it. Because you created it as a coward. You probably went behind your back as you was making. I only got about 5 more seconds left. So that's, of course, you didn't create it correctly. So it has no balance. It has no obedience. It has no heart. So then when you take it into battle with you, it's going to what? Backfire. Backfire means it's going to turn around, facing what you thought was your enemy, and it's going to turn around, see your enemy, and going to turn around and look at you like, nigga, please. You really thought I was finna go face that? That's what you thought? You thought I was finna to go out there and deal with that? You try to get me, oh, baby, you on your own. You are on your own. Remember we talked about last week how all the lights get dark? See, those are lights of creation. See, you thought you were going to create something that was going to get you through, right? What them lights going to do on that day? It says in the Valley of Jehoshaphat. They told you. All power going to what? Go out. So what creeps in then when all the power and courage goes out the room? What fills the room? See, once the light goes off, Once the light goes off, according to anybody in the dark, what happens? You start hearing things, don't you? Stuff started coming at you, didn't it? Now you're getting, paranoia sets in. According to the battle, I'm going to be honest, a lot of them going to kill themselves. That's just how scary they going to be. Because it done got too real for them at that moment. It's true. That's what he says. He said you're going to become a slave to it because guess what? It's going to turn on you. But you know why? Because it's gold that it is a devil and you created it. You want to know what his real intention is? You want to know what Genie's real intention is? See, his goal, the devil or the invention that you just created or the device, its goal, because it does have a spirit in it.
Be set free.
That's what it wants. But it know it can't be set free by you. Because even it knows who can set it free. Who? Yeah. So it's going to do what you didn't want to do. It's going to take you to Yah.
All they doing is trapping them.
That's what it means. Your captivity going to take you what? As its prisoner. And it's going to bring you to who? The very one you still didn't want to face. Even though you thought, if I create it, it's going to protect me, baby, the spirit in it even knows what is written. Because remember, everything we create, we give it a code. Yah has already given everything you see here has a code. That's what the matrix, everything has a code. This has a code. The computer has a code. Plants have codes. Furniture has codes. So everything you think you finna overlay it with your own code, it still has an original code that was set when Yah created it and said, let there be light. Let there be trees. Remember? Let there be furniture. Let there be fish. Let there be animals. Let there be grass. Who created those things? Yah. And when Yah created those things, just like I told you, when Yah created you, he put a what in you? A code. It is what? Written. So, though you cut down that tree and say, I'm going to turn this tree and I'm going to go dig up this metal and I'm going to melt it down and I'm going to create this long sword with it now and it's going to work. I'm going to sharpen it up and I'm going to tear this tree down. I'm going to create me a nice little shield out of it. And now I'm ready. I'm going to go face Yah. And you tell it, okay, y'all gonna help me, bless it, pray over it, all that stuff you do. But guess what? Who created that stuff at first? Who created that tree and metal?
Yeah.
Y'all did. Well before you laid hands on it. So it still has its original code. So it'd be like, okay, wait, because it's gonna ask you, where you going? Well, I'm taking y'all to Yah. We finna go fight Yah. And it's like, oh yeah, come on. We got you. Because that's where it needs to go what? Anyway.
Give Yah what belongs to Yah.
Give Yah what belongs to Yah. Exactly. It knows it has to go that route anyway. So that's why it helps you. Now you understand why these devices help these people. They think that it's on their side. Because it knows it has to go that route anyway too. Yes, give unto Yah what belongs to Yah, give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. So it knows everything is coded to go one or two places. So when you say, well, I'm going to go over, they say, well, come on, I'm with you. Even a horse, you jump on a horse, get me out of here. Where you going? Like a taxi, where you going? I'm going to go see Yah. Okay, bet, let's go. I can even get you there. I'll run faster than you could have. Because it knows that's where it's supposed to go what? Anyway. Ain't that what happened to Jonah? Jonah tried his best to run from it. But what did everything do around him? Led him right back. See, exactly. It took him captive, didn't it? It said, then there was a beast, right? It took him what captive? You gonna go right back to where you supposed to go. Our goal is to get you there. Even demons and devils. Even if you try to use them as your taxi cabs, they're going to get you right. They're going to take you right back. This is when you finally understood you never controlled the wheel of that car. You might as well let it go. Because it's going to take you where it's going to take you. That's why they had these inventions. Like they say, Tesla say, we're going to create cars that run themselves. That's why they had those inventions. Because y'all already programmed those things. But them things already know they have a ghost in their system. Watch, you're going to see. You're going to be hearing of a whole lot of time them cars going to just take over and do what they want to do. That's why we always had was iffy about them in the first place, right? Why you want to create a car that's self-drive? Ain't that crazy? Because what if, see? What if it don't want to do what you command it to do? Exactly, nigga. It's revelation. It was never going to do what you wanted it to do. You can't rewrite the code that's already written. So it's going to lead you right back to where you're supposed to go. And it's telling you. But he said, who commit to it, to building these things and devices and stuff. And the only reason why you're building these devices because you don't want to do what y'all tell you to do. So go commit to whatever you want to do. Build what you think you need to build. Y'all going to let you build it. That's why he said, here, all the trees you need. All the bricks you need. Take it. Build. Build what you think. Build and then bring it. Y'all loves a good show, so he gonna be like, bring it so he can look at what you built. Like, oh, look at that, was from brought a cannon. Nice. Okay, what you know how the science projects and everybody bring their little project, that's what that means, if you didn't know. When everybody bring their little science project and everybody just sit back and just admire what you brought, like, oh, this one brought this one, this one brought that. So that's what y'all gonna be doing when all the armies of the devil try to come presenting their stuff. Y'all gonna be just sitting there like, wow, okay, what you created? Now what you created? I already knowing ain't none of that stuff gonna work. But he gonna let you create it because he just wanted to see what you gonna do anyway. And we gonna bring some of the most craziest stuff out there. You already know how we think. We think crazily. You know, that's why you get all these 8-armed tentacles and all that. Yeah, these folks crazy. And they gonna bring that stuff thinking that they gonna fight Yah and fight against his people. And they think they inventions. Remember I told you how the inventions gotta give you confidence to make you come out and what? And fight. It's gotta give you confidence. So they all along, they always gonna have an encode behind the scenes to know what they really need to do. So they're gonna tell you what you want to what? Hear. They're always gonna have an underlying code that they ain't gonna tell you. Because ain't that what you do to them? Don't you love to hide stuff? So that's why y'all say you start the game, but I'ma what? I'ma finish it. That's what that means. You dig a pit, you gonna fall in it. You can start the game, but trust me, you ain't better than them at playing that game. And that's what we all come to find out. You're not better than them at playing that game. Because the same game you play is going to be what? Played back on you, but at a larger scale. Because see, that's the thing. It may cost them this X amount, but you didn't understand. Surely didn't understand how much it was going to cost you. That's how y'all going to get you. That's what he says. And he says it. You don't understand my speech because you cannot hear my words. 44, see, you are of your father, the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. It's right there, but that went over their head too. And he said, the lust of your father you will do. That doesn't sound like people who have control of themselves. You see that? He said, what they going to end up doing? They're going to do what their father, the devil, wants them to what? To do. See, they lost control.
No.
They lost control of the beast. And now they're trying to tell it, oh, we told you to do this. We told you to do that. And that thing, the devil going to look at them like, nigga, I was the devil. I don't work for you. See, that's right there. So that's why he says, you shall surely die. So go to 50. 51, I mean. Verily, verily. No, 49. It says, Yahushua answered, I have not a devil, but I honor my Father, and you dishonor me. And I seek not my own glory. See, there is one that seeketh and judgeth. Verily, verily, I say unto you, if a man keep my saying, he shall never see what?
Yeah.
That's what he means. Caesar, or Kazar, is and always have been the angel of what?
Sin. Death.
Angel of death. That's what he means. That's, verily, verily, I say unto you, if a man keep my saying, he ain't never got to go see Caesar. Who is Caesar? The angel of what?
Death.
Death. Because remember, what belongs to Caesar, remember? Give unto what? Caesar is the angel of death. Angel of death. And so he knows everything that's within his power. He knows, because he is, of course, he's of the darkness. We know that. When I say of the darkness, is that he rules over all things that were created in what? Darkness. So, if you use one of his devices, he can't control you. And he's only going to make that device bring you to him. The spirit in the device works for the devil. The spirit, the angel of death. So once you use the darkness, that's what he means. You dig a pit, you gonna fall in it. And we tell you, if you use, he said, live by the gun, what? Because these things are made of dark material. Darkness means the angel of death. That's all he knows. He created those things. He knows all. He said, how you know? Go back to 44. What does he say he is? You are of your father what?
The devil.
And the lust of the devil you will what do? He was a what?
Murderer.
From what?
The beginning.
And he abode not in the truth. Because there is no what in him?
Truth.
See, there go their heart. See, that's what he's telling you. It's not in him. When he speaketh of lie, he speak of his own. See, he controls it. For he is a lie. And the what of it? So, lying is deception, ain't it? Who gave birth to it?
The devil.
So he's telling you, if you use his stuff, he gonna get you.
He can control you with it.
And he can get you. What did he mean? Now you understand these movements when you see the little Grim Reaper walking around with the little thing, and everybody running from it, but it just keeps walking, and it's already knowing who it's coming for. Because he says, when he gets to the soul he wants, he says, I come to claim my soul. That's one of mine. Though they said, nah, what you mean? Nah, I ain't. The devil knows his what? His own, don't he? You use his stuff. That's why he said, who face on that? And ain't, yeah, if you give one to that, well, if he knows that you one of his, the devil comes to claim everything that does evil. He comes to claim it because you're one of his children. That's why we tell people don't walk in darkness, because the darkness are children that works for the devil, and the devil comes to claim at a certain time. He's going to come to claim his souls. Claim means he already bought you. He got rights over your soul. He got the rights to it. Now you say, well, who gave him the rights? You did. You did. You did. He said, well, when did I give the devil the rights to my soul? When you started using his stuff. Exactly. You can't use black magic and think the devil ain't coming to claim that. You can't use dark arts and think the devil ain't going to come to claim it. You can't use sorcery, witchcraft. You can't use these things that belongs to dark stuff and then think the darkness ain't going to come to claim you. You ever seen the, what's that movie we were talking about earlier? Princess and the Frog? Remember Princess and the Frog, but remember the black man, the voodoo maker. And he was working with what? Those shadows. See, those were the darknesses. Now, what had happened to him? He thought he was what? Controlling them, didn't he? He thought, I'm running this show here. Y'all just do what I tell y'all to do because I'm trying to become rich. But they didn't care about what he wanted. It was the deal was struck about what they wanted. And when he didn't do what they wanted, they did what? They turned on him and claimed him because he is a child of them. And it's not the other way around. See, this is what we don't know. We don't conjure them up. They conjure us up. So you think you found that? No, you didn't find it. It found what? You. It planted itself in your path. It wanted what? You. See, the devil knows who he is. So it's going to plant itself right in your path. Right when it know you're walking down that street, it's going to lay right there. And you're going to walk past, oh, what's that? And it's going to make you see it. It's going to, exactly, it was going to shine. It was going to glisten just a little, and make you look, oh, what is that? Hi. Yes. Yes. Your wildest dreams. What it is you want. Take me home. Love me. I got you. And you pick up that lie. You hug it and look around somewhere. I got it. I got it. It's going to give me everything I want. But this is the key. When did you find it? After you turn from Yah. That's going to be the key. That's where they pop out at. When you turn. Because they already know you about to be claimed. Oh, you don't think you get away for long. No, the minute you turn and run, they're going to be right in that path of you running. Because they're going to say, well, you need a way out of this. Well, here we go. Right here. Pick me up. Take me with you. I got you. We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. My advice, you should have never ran. Because it knows who it's claiming. The devil sits at the door of the light. I'm sure how he works. And anyone who runs from the light, he's already at the door. And so when you run from the light, you're running directly into the darkness. So the devil meets you on that path. So where you going? That's how you get met by him. And then you explain your story to him about how you couldn't take it and how it was just too much for you. And it's just too much going on. You know, and you're going to meet him in a dark place for sure. And you're like, okay, tell me more, you know. And he'd be like, you know what, I might can fix that. I might can change all that for you. You ain't got to deal with them no more. And he going to be so convincingly convincing that it's going to convince you. And you're going to fall for it. And once you falling for it, he's going to hook you. And there's no return. There's no return. That's where the original witch started from. Stuff like that. Remember she ran from the city? She ran into the bushes because she was rejected by Yah. This is how everyone's story always comes about. Same way the devil. And it was not that they was rejected by Yah, they was corrected by Yah, and they took it as an insult to their character. And they ran and said, well, I don't care then. I'm going to do me. You ain't got to like what I got going on. So everyone who fall, that's how they fall. They run from the light. And they go run into the darkness, and now they need a way to be provided for them in the darkness. Then the darkness claims them. As now you're one of our souls. So the witch, when she ran into the woods, you notice she never came back out, did she? Because the woods, what was in the woods, claimed her. She made her home there. And she started dibbling and dabbling and whatever those dark shadow spirits taught her. Go ahead.
So you said that they correct them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the devil, when he was up in heaven,
Mm-hmm.
when he tried to take the throne, and he corrected them, corrected him right there. So was he still in heaven? Did he leave the heaven himself, or did send him out?
Well, it says in the beginning that he was created. Go to Isaiah 14. Isaiah 14. Verse 12. It says, so how art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground? Which did weaken what? The nations. For thou hast said in your heart that I will ascend into heaven, and I will exalt my throne above the stars of Yah. And I will sit up also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north, meaning I will deceive the congregation. In the captivities of the north. Sides meaning in prison. Because whenever the belly of the beast, on the side of the beast is what? Or the side of anybody human is what? Ribs. So that's how you know that's a prison. I will ascend above the heights of the cloud. I will be like the Most High. See, this is what he said. That was his conversation. This is what he believed, that he could overthrow what? The Most High. He felt like Yah couldn't tell him nothing anymore. He refused any more correction, any more teaching. He felt like he had everything he needed, felt like he was good. And at this point, he even got to talking to 1/3 of the angels and convinced them that, that he was right. So then he presented himself before the Most High. And it says war broke out in heaven. And he said the angel Michael caught him with a big chain and slung him down to the earth. And that's how he fell down here. But he didn't just fall down here. Him and all 1/3 of the angels fell with him. And it says, then they went to go make war with man, which was Jacob. Because remember now, Yah was going to create his virtues, his people, his sons and daughters, children that was going to be obedient. Because the devil didn't want to be what? Exactly. And he said, but yet thou shalt be brought down to what? To hell, to the sides of the pit. So he's going to be in the prison of the pit. And they that see thee shall narrowly look upon you and consider you, saying, is this the man that made the earth to tremble and did shake the kingdoms? So it's telling you that he is the spirit behind who? Who is man? Esau. Who's the only man making the world tremble? So he's the spirit behind Esau. That's what he's saying. That maketh the world as a wilderness and destroys the city thereof, that open not the house of the prisoners. So he says, go to 21. Therefore what?
Prepare shelter
for his children, prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers, that they do not rise, nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. As you can see right there, he was going to destroy him. And that was his purpose, to bring him to a place. But that's not the only one. I'm going to show you the other one then, so that you can see both of them. Go to Ezekiel 28. Go to 12. He says, so son of man, Ezekiel 28 and 12. He says, so son of man, take up a lamentation upon the king of Tyrus, or the king of the islands, and say unto him, thus says the Lord Yah, king of the Gentiles, thou sealest up the sum, full of what?
Wisdom.
And perfect in what?
Beauty.
So right there, he sealed up the sum, meaning he became principality, because a principle is the sum of the matter. It is your very it's your core. Your core is like right between your waistline and your nether regions. All of that is called your core, right? Right here is what they call the procreation of movement. Because that's where all movement starts from, doesn't it? From your waist, right? You start moving upwards, and from your waist, you start moving what? Downwards. So all motion and movement, like riding a bike, comes from that core area right there. That's called your sum. The sum of you. That's the bottom line. That's how they say, bet your bottom dollar on that. Meaning this is the place where all your other dollars, what, was stacked upon. Your bottom is the what? The very first principle. Right? This is your principle. This is where all your prosperity what? Come from. Bread and what? Your bread and butter. That's your core. From here, this is where everything comes from, this area right here. All your movement comes from this area. And they call it that area right there, yeah, that what you hold onto your waist. So when you turn to this side, to that side, up, down, bend over, stand up, right, jumping, all that comes from that area right there. Crunches, sit-ups, it comes from that area. But that's your stockiest part of your body, isn't it? Where most of your strength comes from, your core, right? So from that area, he called it the procreation. That's the sum of the matter. So he tell him he sealeth up the what? The sum. Meaning that's your principle. That's your place of principle. That breaks, that falls, you have lost your what? Or what's another word for principles? Place of where your morals sit. So we know right there that's your morals. So we know if you got morals or you what? Or you don't.
Your integrity.
Exactly, your integrity, your morals. See, that takes what? Exactly, to keep those. You have to hold on to your morals, your integrity, your principle. You don't let that go. That's what they call your bottom dollar. Because once you lose your bottom dollar, what do you have under that bottom? Nothing. Bottomless pit at that point. Because you're supposed to have, that's your standard. Never lose your what? Never give up your standard or your morals. You have a code about you. That's the way. That's who you was created to be. You don't never stoop beneath that level. Like your core values represents like me, you being a boy. That's your moral. That's your core standard. You don't release it and become what? Like a woman or something. Because that means you have lost your what? Morals. You have lost your standard. Your marriage represents your standard. Who you marry represents your standard. Do not sink beneath your what? Your standard. So that's what he means right here. Saying that he understood these things. The devil. You seal above the sum. Meaning you seal above these things. Seal means you hid them from who? Us. Who needed to know the standards. Now on TV, what are the standards? That's how you know they robbed us of those standards. Do anyone hold the standards up now? There are no standards, are there? Man can go in the girls' restroom, girls can go in the man. There's no standards no more. But there used to be what? Standards. That's what he means. Now you have stolen the standards from people. That's how you know it's a devil. They just making us go downward, 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 down. That's what I mean, robbing us of standards. We bottoming out. That's why they call T.D. Jacob power what? A power bottom. That's what they meant. Power what? Bottom. That's supposed to be, that's it. You're nothing but, that's the whole. Okay, let me give you a better representation of it. What the power bottom looks like. You go inside of the ocean, right? And you go all the way to the bottom. What's at the bottom? The ocean's what? Floor. That's the bottom. That's the power bottom. Now, if you go beneath that standard, where shall you be found? Right. That's hell after that point. That's what it means. That's the standard to keep you out of, she just said it, out of hell. It's given to you to have a standard. And that's the standard that will keep you out of what? Hell. So never go beneath your what? So that's these people that tell me, I'll do anything. Don't never be like one of those people. I don't care no more. Don't be like those people. You hold your standards and your integrity, and you have heart to keep them, saying, I know this is what y'all created me to be. I'm not going to stoop beneath my level of integrity or standard for no man or woman. You have to hold that. You have to hold it. And it takes heart, right, to hold it. Because the guy, you can't have no fear in it because you can't be scared of the person who you're trying to hold back from. Sometimes they're going to try to get you with fear. But then you got some of them that are more cunning that will try to get you through feeling sorry. Right? You ain't got to be, you're going to make me cry if you be like that. And you be like, Because some of us give in to that too, don't we? Mm-hmm. So the enemy has many ways to try to get you to come up off that what? Standard. But you're supposed to keep your what? Keep your standard. Keep your integrity. Keep your morals to yourself. God created you to be that. You keep that. You don't lose that. That is what virtue represents. Virtue is to be brave enough to keep your standards and don't sink beneath. Right? So he said the devil will seal up that from us, rob us of these standards. But the wisdom comes back to us and reveals to us these standards and clears out the dirtiness and the filth of all the lies about what is standard. You know what I'm saying? And that you will start beginning to see. They took away the standards of a Hebrew man with a Hebrew woman. They took away those standards. Now you can marry what? Anybody. But back in the day, remember, you couldn't even be with a white person. Remember back in like Martin Luther King days? But now that standard is gone, isn't it? You see that? That would mean he erasing all the what? The standards. So that we have no standards. Now people are going to start messing with animals, and then from animals it's going to just get worse. He just steady taking what? Taking away our what? Our standards. Next thing he does. And so with that, he is full of what? Wisdom. That's how they can see through that conversation when he began to tell them about a slave. And he said, hold on, we ain't never been no slave. See, that wisdom to understand, they caught him. What you trying to say? He's like, y'all clever, huh? See, full of wisdom. No game when you hear it. Yeah, you cold. You ain't gonna never get got. See, that's how the devil thinks. I'm too smart for that. Yes, you ain't catching me. I can get you. But you'll never what?
Get me.
You'll never get me. See, that's full of wisdom, but really full of crap. Full of it. So that was it. So he says, full of it. And perfect in beauty. See, that's why I told you. So perfect in beauty. Beauty is nothing more but a person that is what? Obedient. To Yah, that's what? That's beautiful, that's precious. To maintain your what? Integrity and your morals. Ain't nothing more beautiful than a person like that won't lower her standards for some cheese ball, boy. No. Exactly. That won't lower her standards for no nonsense. But keep on telling. Remember, y'all, I ain't finna go down where I have to now. You trying to trick me into lowering my standards. If I don't, like for instance, if I don't do drugs, you can't talk me into what? Doing drugs. So stuff like that. I don't have to lower my standards. It's beautiful in the face of Yah when one keeps their integrity and keep their standards and say, if I don't do it, I just don't do it. You're not gonna talk me into it. You're not gonna trick me into it. You're not gonna peer pressure me into it. You're not gonna threaten me into it. And you ain't gonna make me feel sorry for not doing it. I'm just gonna. This is just who what I am. And if you either cool with it or what, and if you're not, move on. But I'm still gonna be fine either way it go. Because I kept my what? Integrity. Exactly. That's what that means. He says, so 13. Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of Yah. See, that's how you know it's the devil. Because who else was in the garden? That's how you know. Because it was Adam, Eve, and who? That's how you know it was him. See, yeah, you've been in the Garden of Eden. See, that's how you knew it was the devil. You wouldn't have known when you first read verse 12 that was the devil until you went to Ezekiel 28 and 13. That's when you recognize, oh, that was the devil. What does he say? Thou hast been in the Eden, the garden of what? Of Yah. Who else was in the garden? Remember? Adam, Eve, and who else?
The devil.
So that's why 13 shows that's who he's talking about right here. He says, so every precious stone was your covering. See? Decked out. The sardies, topaz. Now, we're talking about stones, he's talking about diamonds and what? Pearls and all precious gems. Sardies, stone, topaz, diamond, see? The beryl, onyx, jasper, sapphire, emerald, carbuncle, and gold. The workmanship of thy tabrets and of thy pipes were prepared in thee the day that thou wast created. Now, when he talks about the tabrets and the pipes, he's talking about the bodily organs. You know, your lungs. They call them like bagpipes. You ever seen a bagpipe? Mm-hmm. See, these are bodily organs. Don't look like organs with the little, holes. Look at Google bagpipe and see. Yeah, he said they was created in you. So he's talking about the bodily organs. Look at the heart. Look at the lungs. Look at the kidney. So that's what he's talking about right there. The workmanship of your tabrets and your pipes were created in thee the day that thou was what? Created. So he put the heart in man, right? Thou art the anointed cherub that covered. I have set thee so. Thou was upon the holy mountain of Yah. Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. Thou was perfect in your ways from the day that you was created till iniquity was found in you. You see that? Until he found that darkness. So he searched the devil up and down until he found that spot of what? Darkness in him. That lie. And that's what got him kicked out of heaven. Okay? And 17 says, and thy heart was lifted up because of your beauty. See? Your beauty was his light. But it was a lesser light. He didn't because he didn't see the big what? The big picture. He was narrow-minded. That's what he means. His beauty, he has corrupted himself in his own thoughts, in his own creation. He's looked at himself and felt like, why do I need to change anything? I'm good. And it proved to him not to be beauty or perfection. It proved that he was built in what? Error. Exactly. And trying to dance in it. Ain't nothing worse than to be built wrong, and even worse so to walk around. Can I give you an example? I mean, just one example. You ever seen somebody bad built before? This would be like somebody that's like top heavy, built like a muffin, top heavy, but then real skinny legs. Right. And the ratio is just completely off. And then on top of that, they think they look good. It's even worse though. It's so two wrongs don't make a right. But that's what he's talking about here. He's saying that you so corrupted. I'm being honest. I'm going to share you something with Yah's creations. His people are bad built, the devils. You're going to know devil's children because devil children are always kind of bad built. They meaning created in what? Errors. They bodily form shows you those things. And they always have, these be the ones you find that don't have nobody balance. Because Yah reveals to you that they lack the heavenly parents, which would have given them what? Balance. That's why either they bad built or they color, their melanin is gone. That means they have not been built correctly. You know what I mean? See, if they would have had their melanin, they would have had a lot of Yah in them. But if they bad built, that means because their mother was not all the way in them. Because mother wisdom, she creates all her children what? Perfect. But so if you ain't got mother wisdom, that's what it means. Y'all ain't created what? Perfect. And if you lacking heart, that's Yah. That means you lacking melanin. See, melanin is why you know it's of Yah. Because it takes, you got to be in the sun a little while before you can catch a tan. Think about it. See, so that means you actually had to sit there with Yah. Because Yah is a consuming what? Fire. So those that are in the presence of Yah, by nature get what? Tans. Because it's just their nature. You in the presence of fire. You didn't think you was going to catch a tan? So then it's obvious those who ran away from the fire, they lost their what? Melanin. So that means they didn't stick around. But that also meant they lost their what? Heart. Exactly. They have no heart in them. So they ran. That's why you notice everything they create always has that dull look. Why all their robots are gray? Gray. See, darkness colors. All their guns, all black or gray. Dark colors. I always say dark matter. Now, according to this dark matter, he said he has corrupted the wisdom of his by reason of his brightness. See, he corrupted what wisdom's teaching, which is brighter than what? His teaching by his brightness. I would say he thought, oh, I'm the it. I know what I got going on. My devices will work. But he didn't see the bigger what? Which was brighter than him. Remember I told you, it's one thing to have light to yourself. Oh Lord, I'm the light. See, that's all he stopped at. Now he only stopped there. But he didn't see the light what? At the end of the what? And neither nor did he see the light that was what? Over him. Because then he would have seen everything. And once you see everything, then there's no need to fear. See, that's why these who know see everything, they don't fear. Because they see the big picture. Fear what? See, only those that are in that narrow-mindedness, in that tunnel, they think that they need, because they don't see everything going on. They don't. They run into this and run. I need a gun. I'm gonna need some bullets. I need some cameras, need some more guard dogs. That's because you're trapped in that little tunnel of thoughts. And you don't see everything going on around you. You have lied to yourself so much, you done put yourself in a little bubble. And you living in that lie. But Yah gives you that great light. That's why Yahushua said, I am the light. I give you great light, not a little bitty light. This clarity here is just not more clarity, just, well, I understand myself, like the devil said, well, I see myself. But everything around you, you don't see. You got to have a light that I not only do I see myself, then Yah, wisdom would have gave you light to see what's going on and how to get out of this. And then Yah would have gave you the greater light over the whole thing that you know I control it all. So you surely are good. Not only wisdom provided you a way out, but I am that controls everything that exists. So therefore, I know that ain't nothing gonna get you. The greatest epiphany is when you understand that. That's when all the light click on. Not just that one little light of just you. That's still just selfishness. But you got to be able to see the way. That takes a secondary light. See, that comes from, remember I told you, a what? What type of intervention?
Divine.
You got to have a divine intervention to be able to see more than just yourself in this. You can't just see yourself. That means nothing. Unless you can see yourself and the way out of this. Can you see that? What is the way out of this? And then on top of that, the Heavenly Father would have showed you now. The greatest thing He gonna show you now actually goes back to Genesis. Goes all the way back to Genesis with Moses. This is when the full light clicks on. Let me show you the moment. The full light click on. Listen. Moses was a light in the house of Pharaoh. Because he was at the burning bush. He seen the light. But then when Moses got all the way to the Red Sea, he listened to wisdom at that point. And then it took a what type of intervention?
Divine.
A divine intervention opened up that water. That's when he was provided with the way. But that's not all he was provided with. Having the way also goes to show that he separated the waters on both sides and just made them stand in tall heaps. And he allowed Moses and all his people to walk across safely, not running, scrambling. Go, 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 they coming. None of that. Because at this point is when the big light comes on. To let them know who controls what? Everything. And what he come to figure out and find out when he saw the big picture, that was the big picture. That's why they didn't have to run. The big picture says they weren't going to touch y'all anyway. by holding back the waters on both sides, he showed Moses everything he needed to see. Not only do you control Pharaoh and me, messing with Pharaoh over there, that was something. But you mean to tell me too that I was scared for nothing? I've been scared all my life for nothing? You mean to tell me they was never going to touch me anyway? Because they never could? So all it was just threats. All it was just them talking a good talk. And you mean to tell me that all of this is waiting on me just to get across? That's it. So I never had nothing. I'm not waiting on time. Time is what? Waiting on me. I don't have an enemy I'm facing. At least not an enemy that's going to defeat me. They cease to exist. They never was a threat. Only thing they ever threatened me to do was not to move. That was it. Everything they ever tried to scare me to do was what? Not to move. So then, you knew at that point right there, ain't nobody kicking in your door. Ain't nobody from the bus in and snatch up everybody. Ain't nobody coming with no Lord's armies and doing this or doing that. All that there was just there to scare me. But I'm going to tell you what real fear is. Real fear ain't expressed until you do achieve what you came to what? Achieve. That, my friend, is that day. They just never wanted you to do it. So all this fear, all these slavery movements, all this stuff, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, was just to try to scare you not to do it. But as Yahushua would always tell you, we must fulfill what is written. And once you fulfill what is written, that is what fear is. So all that stuff, you ain't got, man, you can sleep easy at night. See, we got peace. Ain't nothing coming. Not an angel, not even a devil. Because I come to find out they wanted you to sit in your thoughts and tell yourself, they coming. They coming for me. They coming for me. When all along, only person that was made to sit and wait for them to come for them was them. So it's not that we waiting for something bad to come our way. No, my friend. That was their curse. I used to think that I was bound to watch bad stuff just happen to my family. Like, hey, oh, man, it's all bad things gonna come. They're gonna try to get me, woo, woo, woo. But that's not my fear, because that was not what was told to me. Yeah, they said it on TVs, and your friends will tell you, and everybody want to run around you and surround you and tell you that that's gonna be the fate. That's the theme. That's what's going on around here. They gonna get you. They gonna get you. That's not what's gonna happen. Not at all. They have to sit and wait for you to come for them. Exactly. They don't have no way out of that. That's what this is about. They don't have no way out of that, because if they could do something, they would have already done it. They can't. When he made them waters stand still, that's what that meant. That meant the world stood still until Moses and the armies what? Marched through. The water couldn't do nothing. All it could do, just like any water when it looks, and Moses and that army walking through there, it's water. So I know, between me and you, that water was crying. But of course you couldn't see the tears, right? Because it's water. But it's looking like, yeah, we're going to have a tough day. Oh, Lord. It's like a toy trap behind the plastic and the wrapper. And it just looks, as all the people walk past on the shelf, looking at it. Not understanding that, baby, only one trapped here is you. See, that's what he means when it says, heaven and earth is not going away until what? All is what? So, they ain't finna move on you. They afraid you finna to what? Move on them. And they ain't nothing. They don't have a device. Let me show you what I mean. They ain't got nothing to stop that day. When I tell you how terrible it's going to be for them, because Yah already said his whole plan was to gather the wheats from the what? And he's going to gather all the armies. But this is in the lost books. 2nd Ezra 13. Second Esdras, Esdras. It's gonna be in the lost books. It's at the bottom part of the Bible. 2nd Esdras 13. Let me read this, and this is going to conclude it to let you know. It says, and it came to pass after 7 days I dreamed a dream by night, and lo, there arose a wind from the sea, that it moved all the waves of the ocean thereof. And behold, and lo, that man waxed strong with thousands of heaven. See, who's that man? You know who it is. He waxed strong. Being amongst them, he waxed strong with thousands of heaven. So that meant he became what? See, everything they knew he was going to become, he became it. And when he turned his countenance to look, because after he became, he looked upon this world. And all things trembled that were seen under him, or as what? Inferior. All errors began to what? tremble because they knew with that he got it, it's a wrap for us. So they began to tremble. So all of that fear stuff, they was just trying to make this one scared to go get it. But remember, obedience, trust me, he always said obedience was going to prosper you if you would just be what? Do what you told, and you're going to see the rewards of doing what you told. Instead of listening to other people make you backpedal. That's our problem. We let these people make us what? Backpedal. Instead of just, block them. I'm not going to listen to y'all. I'm just going to do what this word telling me to do. I got to fulfill all what? Righteousness. I need to do this. These are a few things I know I must do. And let me just do them and see what it's going to be. Whether I live or die, let me just do these things that I'm commanded and see what is what. See what it's going to be. But a lot of us don't have that faith to just do. We don't have the what?
Heart.
The heart to. So we said, unless you put down everything and follow me, then we said you got to cast down all your stuff. And those looking to save their life is going to what? Lose their life. And those looking to lose their life. See, losing your life just meant that you gave up trying to do what you thought you needed to do and just do what you told. That's all giving up your life meant. Stop feeling like you have to fit in. Stop feeling like you gotta have your character on the table. I got to be me. If it's not acceptable anymore, then let it go. Don't become rusty. Don't become old and say, I'm gonna hold on to it anyway. If you find out anything within your character that ain't no longer good for you to keep having, like an old bottle, what? Get rid of it. Especially when it's told, because if somebody on the light see it and they tell you that's your warning. That's your warning. And take it as that. Don't take it as, well, who you think you is? Who you think you trying to judge me? That's what you used to say. Y'all saying that I can't judge, but I do judge, but my judgment is what? True. Meaning what I'm telling you is true. It ain't like it's a difference if you're telling me don't judge me because you what? Lying. But it's a difference if I'm telling you something and it's the what? Then the truth you need to hear, and that's a judgment. My judgment is that I see this, woo, woo, woo. You might need to work on that. And I ain't finna work on that. You can't tell who made you the judge. Who you think you better than? No, it's just a pure judgment from where? Where the place did it come from? Did it come from pride? Or did it come from just a pure observation? Did it come from anything but just telling you the truth about yourself? And you just didn't want to what? Receive it. But that's what he's telling you. He said everything he's seen under him, meaning that was in the error. That's the judgment. His job is to correct it. He said, when I became a man, I put away what? Childs are things that are created in error. See, until Roman grows to become a man, he's considered still in what? In error. Unless he grows up to become what? Because boys, that what makes them boys. They don't know everything. They still being tutored, ain't they? Same way young girls. Till she becomes a full what? Woman who needs not to be taught anymore by man. That's what that means. You're not a true parent until you don't have to have people telling you what to what. Because not because they can't, it's because it's no need. You got it. You what? You understand. That's all that means. You get it. That's when tell you what. What can we tell you? Everything that you knew what was wrong, you did correct those things. That is when they don't have nothing else to what? To tell you. So when he was getting to see that, he looked at them now because he looking like, well, why was taking y'all so long? See, he ended up climbing that mountaintop and it was a wrap. Because once he exceeded in understanding, in wisdom, in truth, and all his teachings, it's going to be a wrap for those who didn't, who were playing, right? So let's what? 4. And whensoever the voice went out of his mouth, see? Because now he correcting everything. Judgment. And every time his voice opened his mouth, all they what? Burned and heard his voice, like as the earth filleth. When it filleth what? The fire. Because they knew, oh man, these words are true and it's hurting. He ain't gonna spare it, and everything that don't do right get melted away. Melted. When I say melted, like the wicked witch, where I'm melting, yeah, melted, because they can't take the words anymore, and it burns them to death, to an actual cremation style. You're gonna see. Watch this here. And after this I behold, and lo, there was gathered together a multitude of men out of a number from the four winds of the heaven to subdue the man that came out of the sea. See, so it's armies. He's talking about armies. They're going to try to stop him when he came out. But I behold, and lo, he had graved himself a great mountain and flew what? Upon it. What mountain you think that is? You know it is. See? Some told him to go to what? Mount Zion. And when he went there, it was, now you know what time it was. Then let's read. And after this I beheld, and lo, all that which were gathered together to subdue him were what? Sore what? Afraid. And didn't want to what? Fight. Right there. Durst to fight. That means, nah, I'm good. But I'm gonna give you what's really going on. Remember all that fear they try to put in you that don't do it, and all this bad stuff gonna happen if you don't listen, if you don't do what bad people tell you to do, all the bad stuff that's gonna come upon you. I told you that meant nothing. Until you do what y'all tell you to do, then the fear flop. It switches, and what happens is they just was afraid that you was gonna make it to the top of that what? Because when you did, what happened? Who was afraid? They were. So it was never you, meaning they was never gonna do nothing to you. They just were trying to scare you to do nothing. Because long as you do nothing, they get another day. Long as you do nothing, they find. Long as you do nothing, they love it. They goal is to talk you out of it. They goal is to distract you from it. They goal is to keep you from doing it. Their goal is to make you do everything but worry about that. But the day you make it there, that's when all this stuff stops. They know it. That's what he said. At that moment, they became sore afraid. And yet, durst to fight, meaning they didn't even want to know what they knew what was going to happen. You remember that story I told you about the sons, how they had to fight out there with all them thousands of people in Africa? Remember? The 12 boys, remember? They tore them up. Y'all remember that story? Remember that? Yeah, see, that's like that. They knew what time it is. They like, not again. Right, they knew not again. That's what they knew. They don't know nothing until they see that moment. Then it's a wrap. Come to find out, it was nothing going to happen to you. This is because it's your duty to fulfill these things. He's actually, who you think is holding the waters back?
Yeah.
To make you do it. So they can't touch you until you what? Do it. And then he lets them fight. Because he needs you, but he's not gonna let them touch you while you in your processes. You becoming something great, so they can't touch you during that period. But when you do, that's when they're gonna have to fight you then. So that means this. He's gonna make them what? Fight you. He's gonna make them fight you. They don't want to fight. They just trying to talk you out of that fight, that war. They don't want that. But they know if you make it there, even if one of us makes it there, it's a wrap. And so they know at that day, what are we talking about? Go to work. What are we talking about? Who's clocking in what? What are we doing at that day? All that stops. Because they know now what time they have to do, what they got to do. It is time for what? War. The time, that clock doesn't tick until that man reaches the top of that what? Then that wartime clock starts. That means whatever everybody had got going on now, it won't matter. It won't matter. See, they don't see the big what? They don't see the big picture. They worried about this and running worried about that and worried about this, thinking we got time to play, we got woo-woo, we can do this and do that. And they don't already see it. Because it don't even matter. Even if it's people like me thinking like this, then it's obviously somebody like me trying to what? Achieve it too. And so just even me to be thinking about it, letting you know that I ain't the only one. And that's what they gonna start getting what? Real scared. Because they know that this is Yah's book coming to life. And once the book comes to life, they gotta fight. And they know why they gotta fight. Why they gotta fight? That all may be what? Fulfilled. And that's why they're all like, no, we didn't want to have to go to war, but if that nigga make it to the top of that mountain, we forced to fight. And that means all our days of us having land and playing and doing what we want, that day, it's it. It's over. We gotta fight now. And we already know the ending of that battle. He knows that too. What's the end? They don't go back home. They don't go back home to them houses. They know that. So they enjoying it. That's what I mean, enjoying it now. But they know once anything going out there to that Valley of Jehoshaphat, we know that they don't what? They ain't coming back. They ain't coming back. Let's see. And lo, as he saw the violence of the multitude in verse 9, the multitude that came at him, he neither lifted up his hand, see, nor held a sword, nor any instrument of war, see? He didn't even use no weapons of what? Darkness, did he? But only I saw that he sent out of his mouth, as it had been, a blast of what? Fire, and out of his lips a flaming breath, and out of his tongue he cast out sparks and tempests. That means whirlwinds, like tornadoes and twisters. And they were all mixed together, the people. They mixed together was the blast of fire. He said, and all of it was mixed together. It didn't come by one after the other. He said, all of these elements are mixed what? Together. The blast of the fire, the flaming breath, the flamethrower breath, the great tornadoes, earthquakes, and fell with violence upon the multitude which was prepared to fight. See? And they burnt them up, every one of them, so that upon a sudden of an unnumberable number of people, it was what? Became nothing, was to be what? Perceived. Meaning they no longer even looked at perceivable, meaning what are they? But only what he saw left was dust and the smell of what? Smoke. And when I saw this, I was what? Afraid. So afterwards saw I the same man come down from the mountain, and he came to him and called unto himself another peaceable what? Because what did he do now? Because remember how Yah says it. When he comes into power, now they gonna listen. Then came unto him what? A peaceable multitude. Meaning people say, you know what? We just want peace. We ain't, whatever you say, this is what we gonna do. We understand now that we gotta do what Yah say do. We come to do what Yah say do. You need us for anything, just let us know. We here. That's what it means. Because people they don't believe it until they what? Until they see it. But that's the thing. Don't be one of those. Because if you gotta wait till you see it, yeah, you gonna wait till you see it. But it ain't gonna be for your good because you
Right
waited.
side.
You're on the other side of it. It's coming towards you. Look. Then he says, and there came much people, 13, unto him. And there were some glad, some were sorry, see? And some of them were bound, and some brought of them that was offered. Then was I sick through great fear, and I awaked and said, Thou hast showed the servant these wonders from the beginning, and hast counted me worthy that thou shouldest receive my prayers. So he was even saying, well, give me the interpretation, though, because he's seen it all within a dream. So he's asking, now give me the interpretation of what I just saw, right? 16. For as I conceived in my understanding, woe unto them that shall be left in those days, and much woe unto them that are not left behind. That what it mean? Woe unto them that shall be left. Woe unto them that shall be left. And much more woe unto them that are not left what? Behind. Right? For they that were not left were in heaviness. That's the word. Heaviness. What does that mean? See, from the time you depart from light, what grabs you?
Darkness.
Darkness. And it's called a chain of darkness. Why? Because it weights what?
Heavy.
It's very heavy on you. And when you get hit with it, it does two things to the human anatomy of the body. You ever seen the movies where you see them, some of them scary characters have jet black eyes? Mm-hmm. I'm talking about no white around it at all? Right. Just all black? I'm going to tell you what happened to those people. According to anatomy, what happens is they was filled with the flood. Two things happen. He says, not like Moses gave y'all to y'all on what was stitched on stone and engraved in ink. So it's stone and ink. We do know these two things are very poisonous. Stone, he's talking about the stone of dark matter. That's what I mean. These liquids, these silvers, these golds and stuff. They have a thing of poison within those things. We know that some of that stuff is poisonous, right? Stones like made of like lead. You have like a lead pencil. That stuff it comes from a stone, but the stone is very what? Poisonous. It'll kill you, right? And we also know mercury will kill you too. So there's things that are made of these materials. That is what we make guns and bullets with, right? That was, I feel you full of hot lead. So what's killing you is that the poison that comes from the bullet. Because the bullet is made of what? Lead. The human body cannot receive what into it? Lead. It'll kill it. So now you understand what's in the bullet that they shoot you with. So that's part of the stone part. Now, the second part of it is that's why he said Moses wrote to y'all the commandments on stone and ink. You didn't understand what that meant. Meaning that was by that curse because those two things are poisonous. Now, what is ink made out of? Pen ink that you write cursive with. We know that's poisonous too. Right? Ain't it poisonous? Mm-hmm. The blood of ink is very poisonous. So when Moses wrote the commandments on those two things, that's what he said. Anybody sealed under these things is sealed under these, or a slave under these things, meaning you are a slave to die by this fate. So when they talking about the ink, your body has what they call 4 humors. 4 humors are made of 4 liquids. If the liquid's supposed to be balanced, if you balanced, you're good. You have blood, right? Healthy blood is red. We know blood represents warmth, you're good. Blood is good. But then your body also have another thing comes out the body. It's called phelge, which is like the snot. You ever get some snotty days? That liquid that comes out normally is clear. But then as it gets more infected, it turns to like white. And if it gets more infected, it goes yellow. And if it gets more infected, it goes green. And if it gets even worse infected, it goes brown. Right? And we know that's the clear infection because once it gets brown, I mean now you got blood in it. So we know something wrong with you, right? So that's the second liquid. But those varies in colors, right? And then you have the third, which is yellow bile. Yellow bile, that's the yellow material that's in you. We know when that yellow material in that's where you get your pee and stuff from. That's why it comes out yellow. Right? But in this yellow bile, it's actually, they said this is where exists your anger. Your anger comes from this. It comes out of the your core, of course, but it's producing your anger. That's why when you get a lethal injection, they have those little 4 vials. What they do, they say the perfect balance in your body, you good. You're in your right state of mind. But if any one of those 4 get off balanced, either you grow very angry and brute, leaving you mad, or now the last one is black. They call that the black bile. That's in the body. Now, the black one is nasty. That's why I say you normally see that one when a person eyes go all jet black. And when it goes yellow, that's kind of like a liver disease. When you get angry, you get a liver disease. Because that comes from the yellowness, comes from the liver. That's why some people, their eyes go yellow, like they do that football player right now, Randy Moss. For play with the Patriots, his eyes just went yellow, and they just diagnosed him with liver cancer. See how they went together? So whenever you grow yellowish, it's because the yellow bile is taking more effect over you. You excreting it. You know what I mean? But the black one is the one I really want to talk about. That's the black bile. They call that the venom. We see that in the movie, what? Venom, that black liquid. We see that. That black matter that's in us, that black bile, they call that the dark sea. Now, according to that one, that's what he's talking about the flood. That's what he filled the Egyptians with that day. When they drowned in the what? In the Red Sea. Now, 2 things come over a person. Whenever you get, the black one, to explain what the black one means, if you get filled full of the black one, if that one takes over the body, it's called a flood. And if you get flooded out with the black one, all black in your body, that's when your eyes go black, black come out your ears, come out your nose, get to coming out. That is called, my friend, fear. Fear. That is connected to your fear glands. So when you get a overcharge of that black stuff, then what's going to happen? You're going to be full of what? Exactly. No matter what you do, you're going to be full of it. So that's why he says it's better for you to tie a what around your neck? See, the milestone is the stone. That's the lead, because lead is heavy. It's poisonous. And drown yourself in the what? Talking about in fear. See, the water is the fear. It's the flood of the black liquid. It'll flood you. And when it floods you with anxiety, fear, depression, anguish, paranoia, schizophrenia, suspicion. You go on, and it begins to make you go what? Hallucinate and go crazy. See, these are the things that are inside of man. Now, only one controls that, I told you, is that angel of what? Angel of death controls him. So when he touches you, he makes one of that black increase more than the rest. And when it increases, he's telling you at that point, can't nothing save you. He said, it's because nothing will save you. Everything in the room will turn on you at that point. For every reason in the world. Why? Because they know your time is about to be what? Over. And everyone gets away from you because they're like, it's that same darkness. When we say when darkness fills you, that's what that means. it feels like a flood. It's that liquid in you that you didn't know it's starting to go through all your veins and come through your pores and stuff, and it's taking over your blood and stuff to the point where it's starting to making you, and fear kicks in. And when that happens to you, it's a wrap. So just to give you a little autonomy of the body. So some of these things actually, all of it, I just told you it's true. Look it up. You'll see that. No, I'm not lying to you. Y'all probably want me to look it up. Want to look it up?
Right.
Okay. Let's show you some things. What we call it? I just type in black bile. Mm-hmm. Okay, black bile. I don't want the Bible meaning. I just want the Bible has it too though. Black bile. And does it say yeah, it is right there. They give it a name. Yeah, from the terms melancholia, which comes from Greek phrase, which literally means the black bile that's in you, right? It produces fear, sadness, and other beliefs to be caused of excessive black bile. It's an excess of it. It's a buildup, and it's medically in you. There's no remedy for it because we know who's the remedy.
Yeah.
If it's fear, who the remedy is? I told you because you got to have what? Heart. So it's telling you in these practices, yeah, black bile was stated produces fear and sadness. Yeah, it's black bile. It's like I say, and it's all four of them. There's four types of them. Humors, there you go, right here. The humors in the bodies. Told you, it's four of them. It's like I said, it's in Wikipedia. You can look at it, and there all is four of them. See, and all of them, helps. That's what controls your sicknesses and stuff. Those four things. If one gets out of control, that's probably what a lot of that stuff is. So they know that stuff is very connected to spirited type stuff. And so yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, see, there go yellow bile. See, the four types is blood. It's one type, yellow bile. Then there's what? Black bile and filth. That's what I told. That's what the ones like the snot, right? And they even have charts and stuff to show you. So letting you know that it's definitely there. But it's definitely there, Pooch. Google it. I'm gonna show it to you when you have time, okay? It's definitely there. And so yeah, these things is what controls your emotions, basically. It controls whether or not you if you got more blood and what they say and felds in you, you are more cool, calm, collected type person, more peaceful person, more of a person that nothing really rattles you or shakes you because you have what? Heart. That's what they was trying to say. But if you of the yellow bile and the black bile, more of those types, you're more of an angry type person, all the time agitated. That's why you see these type of people walking. It's because of them. And then you have the other person that's more fearful, doubtful about everything. That's because that blackness is more controlling them, right? So even now you can see the different characteristics within people, and you can even tell which one is operating within that person, right? This is what he was talking about when he says your tabrets. See those musical, your lungs, the musical instrument, the bagpipes. That's what he was talking about. The bagpipes, which one of them liquids is pumping and promoting through you, right? All right, come on, let's get back to 2nd Esdras 13. Just want to share that with y'all so y'all can understand. That's what I mean when it says 17, that heaviness. Because that liquid also floods you out. It makes you what? Heavy. Because whenever you got a lot of water in your system or intake, it does make you what? Try holding the bag full of real water. I mean, it's very heavy. Now understand, the things that are laid up or the latter times, which I will reveal. He said, that's what it means. So, the 21, interpretation of the vision shall I show you, and I will open unto you the things thou hast acquired. He said, where is that I spoken and I left behind this in interpretation? 23, he that shall endure the perils in that time have kept himself. See? What you have kept? The commandments, your morals, your what? Integrity, your standards, that they be fallen into danger as such as have works and have faith towards what? The Almighty. So these are why they fall into danger, is because they have an integrity about them. So because they have a standard, these are always being tested by other people who don't have no what? Standards and morals. That's why they ask you want to do what I do? And they're like, nah, I don't. You should. You know, that's why they keep asking you, keep on bothering you about it. Right? But you got to hold your what? Integrity and your morals. Right? Now this 24, now this therefore, they which were left behind are more blessed than they that be dead. This is the meaning of the vision. Whereas thou sawest a man coming up from the midst of the sea, the same is he who Yah the highest has kept a great what? Season. I told you season represents your day of what? Your time of perfection. Because it's like seasoning. Your food ain't good unless you well what? Season it. Once it is well seasoned, it becomes what? And you cook it right to what? Perfection. Then it is now ready to be what? Served. Meaning his teaching said he had to become what? Perfect. And now people can what? Receive it. Right? So it took a great seasoning. Meaning it took the time and effort to get him to a state of mind in which that was perfect for him to be able to achieve what he's about to achieve. Which by his own self shall deliver his creature. See? And he shall order them that are left behind. His creature means he shall deliver his body and his people. Right? Because it takes the mind to deliver the body, doesn't it? Your body will represent the creature. Your mind represents, Yah dealing with you, telling you what you need to do. Wisdom, right? So he said, through his mind, he was able to deliver his creature. I mean, himself and his what? For what? As many that would what? Listen. Exactly. And he shall order them that are left what? Behind. That's what he's telling. He's going to tell them what's real if they receive it or not. And whereas they saw us, that out of his mouth there came a blast of wind and fire and storm, and that he held neither sword nor instrument of war, but that he rushing in of him destroyed the whole multitude that came to subdue him. This is the interpreter. And we said the rushing in of him, meaning once the day he became known. So it ain't that they doing them. They got to make you think they out there working diabolical things, right? They tell on TV to make you ever think that that's what they out there doing. Ooh, Illuminati is out there. Wonder what they up to. They want you thinking like that. But actuality, yeah, they out there creating things. But they really have to wait until they just preparing themselves for who? You. Because they can't get out of it. So they have to do what they do because they just waiting on you. They're watching. You are the time clock. When they talking about the doomsday clock, you are the doomsday clock. They just waiting to see how long it's going to take for you to what? Come to your what? Senses. That was it. Right. So the rushing in of him is what got everybody ready to fight. 29. Behold, the days come when the Most High will begin to deliver them that are upon the earth. And it shall come to the astonishment of them that dwell on the earth, meaning to their halting. And one shall undertake to fight against another, one city against another, one place against another, one people against another, and one realm against another. Meaning all the countries and stuff are going to begin to start going to war with each other, right? We're starting to see that. 32. And the time shall be when these things shall come to pass, and the sign shall happen when I showed thee before. Then shall my son be declared. When thou sawest as a man ascending, where? What did he ascend? On top of what? Of Mount Zion. When they saw a man ascending. And when all the people heard his voice, every man shall in their own land leave the battle that they have won against another. Because remember, all that stuff they had going on meant what? Nothing. All of it was they was waiting on that one. So they play fighting. Now they fighting, but they just something to do to keep from going, while they waiting. So they practicing. Okay, you go over there, bro. We gotta do something till they get it together. So they just hi, yeah. They practicing. You know what I mean? That's what it's telling you. They just practicing. They getting ready for war. But they ain't never did nothing. Because you notice, how is it a real war when y'all got it all on TV and stuff? How is it a real war when we really don't see no casualty? We don't hear really too much. But y'all swear everybody fighting each other. So we can tell that they just really what? Because they ain't all out just doing nothing. Right? Because I ain't never heard of a war that's televised like that where people can look at it. Look at the missiles, yes. Win, come on, win. Besides, man, get out the way. They shooting missiles. That's a war. Right? I never heard of a war where, look, Johnny, there it goes. Did you get that footage? Yes, I got it. Yes, boy, the war is terrible over here. Over here. You standing right there? Right? What are we doing? So we know all of that is just to what? Throw us off. It's a game. They know that they can't get out of it. They've been cursed with a what? Truly have been cursed with a what? A curse. They know that they ain't got no fate. There's nothing else going on besides this war that's coming. So they just out there kind of just, playing with it for now. Waiting for the real threat. You're right. Exactly. They're waiting on the real threat. Which they gonna tell you who's the real threat right here. That's what he said. Now, it was all, because he said, in the middle of all of them doing their little playing fighting, and he said in 34, and the number more, he said 33, and then when all the people hear his voice, every man in their own language will leave the battle that they had going on. So you mean, we fighting each other, yeah. And then when we hear this one, we just say, okay, you ready? Now let's go. But y'all just got through fighting each other. So that meant what? Nothing. Y'all co-hosting this. Right? Yeah, y'all brothers and sisters, y'all playing. Because soon as they see that one, the real threat, now we back friends. We cool? Okay, come on. Now let's go really fight. Which we knew they was. Because Russia fighting against Ukraine. Ain't they both Edomites? Think about it. So are they really enemies? They still ain't one and the same. But they gotta have, basically they just kind of keep themselves preoccupied. They just waste off a few bullets. We ready to fight. Just pew, pew, pew. Just want to see if it still fires, right? So that's all they really doing, testing out their stuff. It's not that serious. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not as serious as they trying to make us think. It's not serious. Because if it was serious, trust me, you know when people serious. Does this war seem to be serious like that?
No.
It really doesn't, does it?
Ain't nothing happen over here.
Right. But the reason why nothing happens over here, because remember, what does the scripture say? Yah's holding the waters, right? Until all is what? Fulfilled. Then when the war breaks through. So it's not necessarily them. They all have to, this is their curse. That the thing that they try to put upon us, that we had to sit and just hear the rumors of them finna kill us all the time, is actually what's finna happen to, what is the curse of them. That they have to sit and wait on us to cross over, go on that mountain, get that power, and then come back and tear it down. They can't do nothing until we ready. That's what he's saying. They can't do nothing. Bad as they want, meaning they actually do want to just end us. They do, but their hands are what? By Yah, saying you don't touch none of them until they ready. And they not ready for war right now, so let them get ready. And then it's going to be what? On and popping. So that's what he says. And then they will leave their battle that they got against one another. 34, then an innumerable multitude of shall be gathered together as they saw them, willing to come and to overcome him by fighting. But he shall stand upon the top of Mount Zion, see? And he shall come and shall show to all men, being prepared and built, like as thou sawest the hills grave without hands. This, my son, shall rebuke the wicked inventions. So that means all of their what?
Invention.
So what they gonna have out there? What are some of the inventions that armies bring?
Guns,
Mm-hmm.
swords.
What else? It gets deeper. It gets bigger.
Tanks.
Yeah, missile launchers, tanks, guns, helicopters, planes, jets. He said he's going to rebuke what? All those things. Meaning going to make them to be what? Useless. Which for the wicked life are fallen into the tempest. So they're going to fall into his words. They're going to what? Be redirected. Because remember I told you they have an encoding on those things, right? And the code is what? Remember I told you Nehemiah, how he was ducking the dodge and all the bullets to the wind. Then he realized, why am I fighting against these things? And he just did one thing and all of them what? Stopped and failed. Because they realized who controls them. And it wasn't those people. They realized it. Oh, snap. And then they turned, right? And then did battle with their own creators. Exactly. Yeah, that's what he said. They not, when y'all says eyes have not seen. Okay, let me show you this one. Isaiah 28. Isaiah 28. He definitely wanted to bring it out. He been lingering on me with this one for sure. Okay. Woe to the crown of pride, to the drunkenness of Ephraim, whose glorious beauty is a fading flower, meaning their knowledge and their wisdom are going to be fading away, which are on the head of the fat valleys of them that are overcome with wine, meaning overcome with the wine of what? Fear. That's the wine, because it's dark and black. And if the heads represent all the kings and all the ones who's the creator of these inventions, will be like Bill Gates. And those who created a lot of these inventions. What was that the newest one? Elon, right, a lot of creator of these things, inventions and stuff. It's talking about them. Behold, the Lord has a mighty and strong one, which as the tempest of hell and a destroying storm, and as a flood of mighty waters. See, there go the mighty waters, right? Destroying storms. The mighty flooding waters, you see? Mm-hmm. That's that what? Fear. Shall cast down to the earth with the hand. The crown of pride, the drunkards of Ephraim shall be trodden underfoot. And the glorious beauty which is on the head of the fat valley shall be a fading flower. And as a hasty fruit before the summer, talking about the fire, which when he that looked upon it sees it coming, and while it is yet in his hand, he eat it up. And that day shall the Lord of hosts be for a crown of glory and for a diadem of beauty unto the residue of his people. And for a spirit of judgment to him that sitteth in judgment, and for strength to them that turn the battle to the gate. So let me skip down a little bit, but the whole thing is good. 17. Judgment also will I lay to the line, and righteousness to the plummet. Right? And hell shall sweep away the refuge of lies. See, there you go. That's the wind. And then what? The waters shall overflow they what? Overflow them. That's that dark waters he's talking about. That fear. And then what's going to happen? Your covenant, remember I told you, he said those who commit to sin shall be what?
Disannulled.
So now they covenant with death. Remember I told you they committed to marrying to these things. Said those who commit to sin shall be what? Made captives of the what? Sin. They say, yeah. And you're going to have to meet who? Death. See? So you made a covenant with death. I told you, if you use the devil's devices, what's going to happen? He gonna say, just like them Nikes, right? Give unto Caesar what? So that's what he mean. You made a covenant with death. So you thought by using those dark stuff, you was gonna get through. But what's gonna happen? Your covenant shall be disannulled, and your agreement with hell shall not stand. Meaning it's not gonna help you and it's not gonna stand with you. So death and hell gonna do what to them? Turn on them. And when the overflowing scourge shall pass through, you shall be trodden down by it. See, right there. They thought they was going to make it through, but it's not. They're going to be overflowed. So I wanted y'all to see that. That's one. But go to Psalm 69. Yeah. Psalm 69. This is how you know. Psalm 69 says this. The Psalm of David when he understood it. He said, save me, O Yah, for the waters are come in unto my what? See, what waters he talking about? That black bile. That's what he's talking about. It has come even unto my soul. David never drowned. I never heard of David drowning. So what is he talking about? And I sink in deep mire. See? What is the deep mire? Well, remember the ocean floor, right? He said he sunk all the way down to the what? To the bottom. And he said, where there is no standing, because once you fall below that level, what? Because there's no what there? No standing. I mean, there's no place to stand your what? Because you ain't on your bottom dollar anymore. Remember? You done fell under. Under, there's nowhere to stand, is it? Once you go below your morals or your standards, there's nowhere else to stand. It's just you just falling. So I am coming to deep waters where the flood overflowed me. See? I am weary of my crying. My throat is dried. My eyes fell when I waited for my Yah. They that hated me without a cause are more than the hairs on my head. Talking about the armies of them. That they would destroy me, being my enemies, wrongfully almighty. Then I restored that which I took not away. O Yah, thou knowest my foolishness, and my sins are not hid from thee. Let not them that wait on thee, O Lord of hosts, be ashamed for my sake. Let not those that seek thee be confounded for my sake, O Yah. Because for thy sake I have borne reproach. Shame has covered my face. I am become a stranger unto my brethren, and an alien unto my mother's children. For the zeal of thy house has eaten me up, and reproaches of them that reproach thee are fallen upon me. And when I wept and chastened my soul with fasting, there was to me reproach. I was made sackcloth. Also my garments, I became a proverb to them. They that sit in the gate speak against me, and I was a song of the drunkards. But as for me, my prayers unto thee, O Lord, in an acceptable time, O Yah, in a multitude of your mercy, hear me, in truth of thy salvation. So deliver me out of the mire, and let me not sink in it. Let me be delivered from them that hate me, and out of the deep waters. Let not the water overflow me, neither let the deep swallow me up, and let not the pit shut her mouth upon what? Me. Talking about that water, don't let my fear what? Y'all getting it? Hear me, O Lord, for the loving kindness is good. Turn unto me according to the multitude of thy tender mercies. And hide not thy face from thy servant, for I am in trouble. Hear me speedily. Draw nigh unto me, and redeem me, and deliver me because of my enemies. Thou hast known my reproach and my shame and my dishonor. My adversaries are all before me now. Reproach has broken my heart. I am full of heaviness. And I looked for some to take pity, but there was none. And I looked for comforters, but I found none. They gave me also what? Guile for my meat. So what do they teach? Confusion, right? And in my thirst, they gave me vinegar. What? When I was asking for righteousness and things like that, they would never show me. They would never tell me. They always kept things hidden and lied and locked away from me to keep me in this at this state of what? Fear. They wanted to keep me in a state of what? Fear and confusion. But Yah delivered him out of it through wisdom to let him understand what was his fate. And it was not the fate that these people kept him in. He was not going to be destroyed. They was not coming for him. But it was coming for them. And he was going to be delivered what? Out of it. And since they wouldn't comfort him, because they wanted to keep him in what? Fears. So comforter takes away your what? What comfort takes away? Your fears, right? And anxieties. And that's what I mean. Now you comfort everything, meaning everything gonna be what? What do they do when you ever being rescued and an ambulance pull up? What they normally do when you just went through a horrible night? They give you a blanket for some reason, like that's gonna make everything better, right? But it kind of does, doesn't it? They put the blanket on, they be like, oh Lord, yeah, I had a terrible night. But this blanket, for some reason, is a symbol of what? Your fears and worries are what? Over. I know you had a terrible night, but it's what? It's over now. So that's what the comforter represents. It takes away the fear, the anguish, the scariness. So everything you thought was gonna happen ain't gonna what? Ain't gonna happen. But he left them. That's what naked is for them. So naked for them is to mean you ain't got nothing to comfort what? You. You ain't got nothing that's telling you it's gonna what? And you ain't got nothing that's gonna give you peace. So 22. So because they tried to fool me, that would mean they fooled him by giving him that stuff to eat. It was just a trick. So let their tables now become what? Tables mean their devices. Let their inventions become a what? Snare. Before them. What is a snare? A trap. So let their inventions become a what to them? Trap. A trap. And that which they have been, and that they thought would be for their welfare, let it become a what? Trap. See, the very things they invent that they think was going to give them safety and peace and was going to supply that for them, let those very things become a what to them? Because you remember he said, this is the patience of the saint. He's telling y'all, pay attention. He who leads into captivity, I mean, he who has fed you that gall for meat and that vinegar for bread, those who try to deceive you, what's he telling them? Let that same trick, let that same invention, what? Trap who? Trap them. Let it lead them into what? Captivity. Where it's going to take them to? Well, they don't know, because guess what? It tells them in the next verse, 23. And then let their eyes be what? That means, guess what? Because they don't see now where they're going. Because remember he said, now I go my way and you won't be able to what? Because he's going to do what to their eyes? He's going to blind them. They're going to be blindsided. What? What's going to blindside them? They devices, they inventions. That's what he's telling you. So if you use something of darkness, that darkness or that genie in the bottle is going to do what to you? And it's going to blind you. It's telling you what's going to blind you. Because you put too much what into it? Too much stock, too much trust into it. Now it's going to what? Betray you, right? It's going to blindside you. And when you look up again, by the time you wake up to your eyes of where it has taken you to, you're going to be standing before the righteous. He said, and that they may not see where it's taken them. And make their loins continually to what? To shake. Shake means this. He begins to loosen up your bones. That's what means your loins. Remember I told you that's what part of your body? Your core. So he begins to make you what? Shake. That's what? Fear. Exactly. He begins to make that flooding in, and that stone heart becomes what? Jittery. He said it's all a trap. And pour out thy indignation upon them, and let the wrathful anger take hold of what? Them. So now the yellow bile is kicking in. Let their habitations be desolate, and let none dwell in their what? Tents. Tents represent your melanin. Now, last little trick that they got. Let me finish this. And they persecuted him that had smitten, and now take and talk to the grief of those who has wounded me. And iniquity unto their iniquity. Let them not come into thy what? Righteousness. So they ain't gonna be part of the congregation. Let them be what? Blotted out of the book of life of the living. Now, what is the blot? What makes blots?
Darkness.
Yeah, but darkness from what? From a what? A pen. A pen. So we know the ink comes from what? The pen. What else spews ink when they scared? An octopus spews that ink when it's scared too. Exactly. So that's that ink. That's what it's talking about. That's that black bile. You ever seen the octopus book? It spews that little black stuff when it gets scared.
Yeah.
That's that black bile that he said that is in us. See, it ejects his, but we have it in us. So you see how that just clouds everything? You don't want that. That's what's happening. And he says, so let them be blotted out of the book. So that's how you're getting blotted. You're getting blotted by what? Fear. Because you're finna be what? Slated. And not be written with the what? Righteous. You will never be known amongst them because you're being blotted out. I mean, you becoming a lost what? Memory. You finna become dust. And not only blotted out too, I'm gonna tell you what blotted also means. Because you know, like a pen blots. What else does that? That's how you know that that's them. It's a symbol, it's a sign of them. That you know. What is blots? These are those that have been blotted out. Well. If you ain't known by now, Yahushua said it. They came to me, it was many of them. And he talks about the many armies that come. Now, you call it camouflage, don't you? But what is it really?
Is that blotted out?
The uniforms.
Yeah, soldiers.
They all have distinct colors on them, don't they? What are those? Blotches.
Just colors.
Letting you know that's them. These are those that have been what? Blotted out. Because they said they're going to come to him as a great army. Armies wear blotched colors. They call it camouflage, though. And we know the blotches, if you look at camouflage, it doesn't look like a pen that got what?
Yes.
Blotted. Some of them they be mixed with different blots. Some have a black, red, brown, right? White, then you have some will be green, black, dark green. Y'all seen camouflage as the outfits? Yeah, those are called blots. So those represented those that have been blotted out or stained. Another word, stained. When he say you have been melted together. See, melt, stain, and blotted are the same words. Melted, stained, and blotted are the same word. Because when you melt something, that's what it does, right? It stains. So those stains, that's what he said. Y'all are the stains. Y'all are the blots. Why are they armies anyway? Because none of those that are in that army, hear me, none of those that are in that army are in the armies of who?
Yeah.
So it's a clear indicator. Those are the armies of what? The devil.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the armies
Those
of the
are the
devil.
tears.
Right. They make themselves clear by the outfits that they wear. That's what he's talking about. They tent. They dwell in their tents. They dwell in those colors.
Mm-hmm.
So, my advice to you, now that you understand, don't join the army. Because it's a clear indicator of what side you're joining.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but a lot of us kind of know it, but we're doing it anyway for the money or whatnot, but it is what it is. Just understand what you're signing up for. Remember. And he says he would yoke them all, what? Together and call them one. And then he will destroy them all. That's why he says, who is this coming out of Basra who vesture dipped in blood? Now I understood what the blood represented. He's going to be dipped in those armies. I mean, he's going to be splatting stuff, what? Left and right. He said, like him who trimmed the wine press. Like him who's stepping, the little thing where they have all the grapes in, you got to squish them. He said that's what they look like. And that's what they kind of look like when they wear them in the uniform. Like there's a bunch of colors splashed on them. That's what he's talking about. He's referring to those armies. Because the armies are definitely in our adversaries to Yah. The only reason why you join an army is because you're rebelling against who? Exactly. Because you ain't joining the armies of Yah. But you're joining the ranks of a man or of a beast that'll tell you, come fight for me. But you're not fighting for Yah. This is known. Though they try to tell you in God we trust, but you're not fighting for Yah if you join that team, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
In your heart, you knew you was never joining Yah. But you ain't joining God, as we would say, the armies of God, but you're joining the armies of man. Man is in direct conflict with Yah. So if you join that army, yeah, be careful. All right? Because is a vice and not a virtue. Right? So either you continue on the virtues, these are all the sons and daughters who have heart, remember that, and the courage to walk in with their morals and integrity, right? Versus those who run from that, right? And then they become of a lesser version of a virtue, which is an army man. Right? So understand that. With that, that's going to conclude our family day.